All right, I'm going to call to order the regular board meeting of Tuesday, April 6th, open session. Can we get a roll call?
Yes, student trustee Corzo Clark.
Here.
Student trustee Mala.
Here.
Trustee Boyd.
Here.
Trustee Davidson.
Here.
Trustee Duran.
Here.
Vice President Doss. Vice President Doss. I can see him, I just can't hear him. Okay, I'll come back to him. President Hinckley.
Here.
Superintendent Wells.
Here.
Vice President Doss, are you there? Sure, he'll show up.
All right. Excuse me. Now I will read our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And for the record, Trustee Vice President Doss, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Can we have our mission and vision statement and meeting norms read, please?
Yes. The mission of Albany Unified School District is to provide excellent public education that empowers all to achieve their fullest potential as productive citizens. AUSD is committed to creating comprehensive learning opportunities in a safe, supportive, and collaborative environment, addressing the individual needs of each student.
Our meeting norms are to maintain a focus on what is best for our students, to ensure a safe environment for all views to be expressed, treating each other, staff, and the public respectfully, to endeavor to find common solutions to issues through collaboration without sacrificing one's beliefs in what is best for students, and to make a commitment to effective deliberation, each one listening with an open mind while others are allowed to express their points of view, even if one disagrees.
Thank you. We took no action in our closed session earlier tonight. And can I get a motion to approve our agenda for this evening?
I move that we approve our agenda for this April 6th meeting.
I second.
Student trustee Corzo Clark.
Yes.
Student trustee Mala.
Yes.
Trustee Boyd.
Yes.
Trustee Davidson.
Yes.
Trustee Duran.
Yes.
Vice President Doss.
Yes.
President Hinckley.
Yes. And now I'll turn it over to Superintendent Wells for our spotlight for tonight on the Albany Children's Center.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, President Hinckley. This is really exciting because we have our youngest learners, our preschool house at what we call our Albany Children's Center, and they were the leaders of the district. Well, what do you mean by that? I'm so glad you asked. What I mean was they were the first to open schools in person and show the rest of us how to do it many months ago. And so they have been doing many, many things that are worthy of highlighting. But tonight we only have just a short while. And so our executive director, Alexia Ritchie, will pick it up from here and bring it home.
Thank you, Superintendent Wells and members of the board and the community joining us tonight. It's my esteemed pleasure to share a spotlight moment with you from the Albany Children's Center preschool. And tonight I'd like to spotlight the student artwork. In preschool, we spend a lot of time focusing on students learning their letters, their numbers, and other groundwork for math and reading skills. However, through the arts, we can also start to support our students in not only these academic areas, but also in that whole child arena. Just to give you some examples, Artwork at the preschool level helps develop fine motor skills. Our students are still mastering those fine motor skills, skills that are going to be essential when it's time to start picking up a pencil to practice writing those letters and numbers. And art allows our students to master those skills in kind of a fun and creative way. It also supports their cognitive development. You know, art isn't just great for creative expression, but it can also help young children to develop cognitively. They'll be able to practice skills like pattern recognition, as well as cause and effect. It also supports some early math skills. While our preschoolers obviously won't be doing any adding and subtracting during their art time, they will be learning skills that lay the groundwork for future mathematical practices. And finally, art can certainly support language development. It's also very important in preschoolers, and it's something parents can also help with. Our staff members do a remarkable job of incorporating art instruction into every facet of Albany preschool. And with that, I think I'd like to share my screen. I have a short presentation of the artwork of Albany Children's Center. Thank you for joining me tonight. Again, a sure sign that school's back in session is when you can walk through the hallways and see all of the artwork that students have produced. And seeing this artwork from our youngest learners in Albany, I hope brings a smile to your face tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll have to find a way to thank those young learners for all the work that they did to brighten our day today, since they don't get to come to board meetings. Lucky them. So thank you so much for sharing that with us. We're now have a special recognition. I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Wells for a recognition and resolution supporting people of Asian ancestry in the wake of recent events and increase in incidents of hate against Asian Americans and Asian people in California and the United States. Dr. Wells.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, President Hinckley. Tonight we are coming to this item with really heavy hearts about the abuse and the hate against our Asian community and our Asian neighbors that we as a governance team, we as a district, decided to put forth a resolution that we'd like to share with you tonight. I would also be sharing in my superintendent report about one of our rallies. We've had our first one about a week ago, but the resolution tonight will be read by our entire board. I would ask our board, as we put up the resolution, we don't need to put up the background and the purpose, but as we put up the resolution, I would ask for us to read the resolution in the following order, and that each person take 2 sections, starting with Trustee Davidson, followed by Trustee Boyd, followed by Trustee Duran, followed by Vice President Trustee Doss, and finished up and completed with Board President Sarah Hinckley. And so if we can go on and dive in, and I'll read the first part. And it says, Albany Unified School District Board of Education. Resolution number 2020-21-20, supporting people of Asian ancestry and condemning harassment, violence, and hatred toward people of Asian descent.
Whereas basic human decency requires a respect and acceptance for all people of all backgrounds, and the motto of the United States of America is E pluribus unum, meaning out of many one, and
We're each going to take 2 sections.
whereas America's professed values include a commitment to liberty, equality, and justice for all, values the country has often failed to reach, but should never stop striving to attain, and
Whereas America's diversity is a source of strength and prosperity, and California's vibrant communities benefit from cultural contributions made by people of every ancestry. And whereas California is home to the largest population of Asian Americans, a group that has enriched the state in countless and invaluable ways, and
whereas people of Asian descent have suffered intense discrimination since California's earliest days, including but not limited to the inhumane policies and treatment toward Chinese immigrants in the gold mining era, the Chinese Exclusion Act, the persecution of Filipino American workers, and the internment of Japanese Americans during World War II. And whereas that discrimination continues today in the repugnant form of terroristic violence against Asian Americans, and a climate where Americans of Asian descent are being othered, targeted, scapegoated, and killed because of their race. And
whereas an analysis by the Center for the Study of Hate and Extremism at California State University, San Bernardino, found that overall hate crimes in America's largest cities decreased by 7% in 2020, while hate crimes targeting people of Asian ancestry rose nearly 150% during that same period. And whereas in many school districts, fear of violence and harassment has been identified as a factor in low rates of return to in-person instruction among Asian American students. And
whereas schools have an obligation not only to prepare students academically, but also to provide the foundation for personal growth and responsible participation in civic life. And whereas schools must avoid the model minority trap and the related tendency to overlook the circumstances of Asian American children merely because this student group on the whole demonstrates high academic achievement. And whereas our values of inclusiveness, humanity, and respect demand that we support students of Asian ancestry and the larger Asian American community in this moment of national strife and at all times. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Governing Board of Education of the Albany Unified School District condemns hatred, xenophobia, harassment, and violence towards people of Asian ancestry, and commits to creating a supportive, inclusive culture that fully embraces students of Asian descent. I just want to thank Dr. Wells for bringing this forward and the board for reading it and committing to these values. I know most of us were also at the rally that Dr. Wells will talk about soon. And I know this is something we all feel very deeply and take great responsibility to make sure that we put this into action. Thank you. Next, we need a motion. Yeah, sorry, Trustee Duran.
I would like to make a motion, please, if it's appropriate.
Yes,
Is it that time? Okay, I would
it
like
is.
I would like to move that we approve resolution 2020-21-20, supporting people of Asian ancestry and condemning harassment, violence, and hatred toward people of Asian descent.
I second.
Student trustee Corso Clark,
Yes.
student trustee Mala,
Yes.
trustee Davidson,
Yes.
trustee Duran,
Yes.
vice president Doss,
Yes.
president Hinckley,
Yes.
and trustee Boyd.
Yes.
The resolution passes unanimously. And we now need a motion or questions on the consent calendar.
Is the microphone working? Testing, 1, 2, 1,
I
2.
don't know.
There's
Is
no
mine working?
questions.
No questions. Okay, I'll take a motion if there's no questions.
Clementina's hand is up, so I paused. Okay, I motion that we approve the consent calendar.
I second.
Student trustee Corso Clark,
Yes.
student trustee Mala,
Yes.
trustee Duran,
Yes.
vice president Doss,
Yes.
president Hinckley,
Yes.
trustee Boyd,
Yes.
trustee Davidson.
Yes.
Great. The consent calendar passes unanimously. And now we'll move to superintendent and board members' reports.
Thank you, Madam Chair, President Hinckley. My report is going to be posted momentarily, but the first item up, I want to spend a moment to talk about the unity rally we held in support of standing with our Asian neighbors, which is a rally against anti-Asian hate we held on Friday, March 26th. We stood with our Asian community, and we had a couple hundred people out there on short notice. We made notice on Wednesday and Friday. Folks came out to show their support. The big theme around that, as I saw it, was that we can't say we stand for justice while we stand silently on the sideline watching injustice occur. And so folks came out, and we had some wonderful speakers to talk and stand up against hate, against all people, and especially the hate that's going on in our community right now against our Asian neighbors. And so it was important that we show some solidarity here around this big, huge issue. And it was number one and first up on our agenda as a district, because we can't teach students about what it is to stand up for what's right if we're sitting down while injustices are occurring. So that was important. I want to thank all those folks who came out from various communities, especially our Asian community, to support the rally and to speak at the rally. And so I tip my hat to you, I salute you, and I thank you for standing up with us against hate and to stand in solidarity again with our Asian neighbors. Next slide. Two, and it's a kind of tough transition when you talk about the hate and the love and then opening up schools, but we're going to make this rough transition. Reopening of schools in person on March 29th, our elementary schools open fully, 5 days a week in person. We've got a flood, at least I have, of letters of thank you, appreciations, pictures of folks' children, dancing, singing, celebrating. You even see some parents in there doing flips, backflips. They were so happy that their babies were back in school. And I got to tell you, the best place for children to be nowadays is in school. And so we were united in opening schools as a community and doing what's best for our kids. And that's really exciting. I had the opportunity to go and visit all the elementary schools and to see kids on the playground, in classrooms, taking in lessons, being part of lessons, being engaged. After 13 months, meaning a year and 1 month of no school, it was quite moving. And so that was exciting. As you know, this week, yesterday, we opened Albany Middle School in person, and we had our typical first day hiccups. Very few kids, well, the number of kids we thought would come the first day did not. But the second day, as I visited all the classrooms, the numbers had significantly increased, and I imagine it would do that as the days go on. But seeing kids in middle school after over a year, again, it was quite moving. Albany High School and McGregor High School would open after spring break that Monday, April 19th. And staff is getting excited and getting ready to welcome our kids back in school in person. But I did want to note that all kids are not coming back in person, and be mindful that we have a significant number of kids who are going to remain remote. And we did all we can to make sure that they have a remote, robust, continued experience. And we also looking at some opt-in processes for good reason. We're a public institute. We don't lock kids out. We welcome them in. And so we're going to talk about that at some point in greater detail about our opt-in. For example, our middle school, we have our in-person, but starting April 19th, we would have an opportunity for families to change their mind and opt in and join us in person. So we wanted to make sure that was noted. Next slide. Special education updates. Well, we also had another rally this past Friday. Our disability squad, a new organization that opened this year to be chief advocates for our special ed families and parents, is a group that's really working hard to raise the consciousness of some really key areas where we need to get better as a district. And I'm going to just full disclosure and keep it that global. And we applaud and appreciate their fight and advocacy for kids and families. And so they held a rally last Friday from 4:30 to 5:30, but it went to about 6:05. They had a lot to say. They had speakers and student performers. And, you know, you always have the adult speakers, rah, rah, but the folks who stole the show were the kids. We had someone who, one of our students who read a poem, and my all-time favorite is with one of our students who played the trumpet, and he just blew that thing away. It was tear-jerking, and that was my most and my favorite part of the rally. I was hoping we had film of it because that was quite moving and something to see. I appreciate some of the speakers because they provided hope and goodwill. They spoke about working collaboratively together. The two most noted was Cheryl Thies and Olga, who talked about, yeah, we have problems, but let's work with the district to resolve them. And for that, we applaud those folks, and we can't wait to meet in small groups and discuss further about how to address those challenges. I would be talking about that momentarily in one of my next slides. And again, the best part of the rally for me is always the students because they take center stage. And then next were the speakers who said and provided hope about how important it is to work with the district and resolving these issues, meaning they were not just dumping on the district, they were saying, let's work collaboratively. And they modeled that through their statements of wanting to work with the district which really provided a lot of hope. And for those speakers, I tip my hat. Next slide. Special education updates. I thought I'd give a snippet of some important special education updates that I discovered folks have been asking for, mainly our special ed advocacy. Folks asked, how many paras did we release last spring? We released a whole lot of paras. Did we actually defund special ed releasing that many paras? And what we discovered in our school report was that we had an excessive number of paras, and we had paras assigned in places that we didn't even know about. And so as we began to reduce the number of paras and try to align the paras with making sure, one, the IEPs were all met, and having a few extra paras, it caused us to reduce paras by about 29. Since then, we've been getting additional resources to address mitigating loss and things of that sort. And we thought that with the remote learning, we discovered that we needed more support, not less. So we immediately started bringing some paras back. And now we're up to bringing about 27 paras and or positions back. That's making a tremendous difference in our remote learning. And we plan to continue with them as we transition in our in-person learning. And so I wanted the board to know the updates of where we at with our paras. How many did we bring back and not bring back, and why we did it or did not do it. And it's always based on our kids' needs. Next bullet. I wanted to share some highlights because we've been hearing a lot of lowlights around special education. And we do have some lowlights in special education, but we also have some highlights too. And I think it's important to put that narrative out there. I recall when I first got here, we were hearing from our community and some of our teachers that our paras are the lowest paid in the county. That's why when I was inquiring about why do we have such low attendance, they kept saying because they're the lowest paid. And I couldn't accept that as an excuse for not committing to our kids. But I did want to address the issue of the lowest paid. And we were very aggressive overnight, moving from among the lowest paid to the highest paid by providing a significant raise to that para group. And that's something that should be applauded. And so now, when we advertise for paras, we get a significant number of folks wanting to come to Albany because we're providing a decent pay nowadays for our paras. Special education budget has increased, not decreased, from year to year. And so I wanted to put that out because sometimes people wonder. So at a future upcoming meeting, I'm going to ask that we present what our special ed budget was over the years and how it increased up to where we are today. I think that's important to note because I think there's an assumption or a narrative out there that we decreased and not increased. And it's just the opposite. And we need to bring the statistics and the data to verify that. Next bullet, high school work with students in special ed has been a celebration. We have teachers and administrators who have adopted and championed a special ed kit, and we don't spend enough time celebrating what's working well in special ed. And so I feel compelled to share that narrative. But I'm looking forward to working with, as I talked to some members Friday evening after the special ed rally, about getting together, and even before the rally, to talk about identify the top 3 areas of concern and strategize how best to address immediately this collaborative approach benefits students most. And so we have folks in our disability squad and in other places who are excited and want to get together to start working on these areas. My final major big bullet is some challenge areas that we should fully disclose. We have some staffing challenges. For example, we're going to need about 4 staffing members at the middle school. And the good thing about that we're doing differently, and we haven't done in the past regarding staffing, is that we're advertising early. We're not waiting till June. We're doing it right now, and we're getting candidates and what we call a good quality pool of candidates to fill those positions. Evaluations. You've heard a lot about Albany is way behind in evaluations. Albany is in the same company as the country, the state, where evaluation in special ed is the biggest challenge, and all folks, generally speaking, are behind. That doesn't mean we can't do better, and we will, and we commit to doing better. But I think it's important to put it in context when it comes to special ed evaluation. And so we're having conversation and strategies about how to be a bit more assertive and improve. But evaluations in special ed is not something unique to Albany. It's a challenge for the entire country and our state. We also need to have a clear, inclusive, collaborative special education vision that we're going to start working on immediately, because that's where we have some challenge areas. And just in the spirit of full disclosure, I agree with the assessment that the vision needs to be clear, but it also needs to be collaborative and inclusive. Our advisory meetings focused, I would be asking that we focus on developing that vision, providing updates, and being transparent, and address issues and collective resolutions, where it's a place where we put issues on the table and we grapple with it and we resolve them collectively. I think pointing the finger is very unhealthy. It's not a good model for our kids, but I think being very honest and sometimes brutally honest and putting the issues on the table, we grapple with them, we own them, we resolve them together, and we move forward together is the most healthy means of working together. And I think through working together, we build what we call relationships. And when you have relationships, something miraculously happens, and I've said this before, is that you build opportunities to get to know each other. And in order to do good work or great work, you have to have good, healthy relationships. So moving forward, that's really important. And Madam Chair, President Hinckley, that concludes my superintendent report for this evening.
Great, thank you. So I have a short report. It feels like we're here every other day, but still a lot is happening. So I really appreciated seeing both of the rallies, even though they represent a need for some change in our district. It's also really inspiring to see families organizing and the community coming together. And it's especially great to see people in person, although it's still really hard to recognize people sometimes with masks on. So I think we can all apologize in advance if we don't recognize who we're talking to. And so those have been just great to see adults in person. And also this week I live, as many of you know, right near the Ocean View Annex, the middle school annex where Ocean View students are in the middle school. And it's been really great to see kids going back and forth in front of and behind my house again. And I spent a little time at the middle school today, and it's just, I really want to send out an appreciation to the staff and the parents, and especially the kids, for all the flexibility and creativity and incredibly hard work that it's taking to get these schools up and running. But it's been really great to see Mr. Chisholm teaching band to kids who are in front of him, and kids running around on the blacktop. And I know it's a tremendous amount of work. I don't want to minimize how much work and how much transition has happened in the last couple of weeks, but it is really inspiring to see it coming to fruition. And I also finally got my Cobra mask this morning, thanks to Dr. Wells. I also yesterday spent most of the day at the freshman forum at the high school, watching high schoolers present on a whole bunch of topics, most of which were very topical, even as the students were presenting them. So presentations on mass shootings, which unfortunately have become headline news again in the last couple of weeks. A great presentation on police brutality unfolding while the trial of the murder of George Floyd is unfolding, literally at the same time. So it's just really amazing to see our students grappling with these really important problems that we haven't figured out how to solve, and they come with solutions and evidence for their solutions and argue them. And it's just really inspiring, as always, to see how our kids, I don't even want to call them kids, to see how our young adults are engaging in the world. So just an inspiring part of the week, and it's only Tuesday. So that's it for my report for this week. Vice President Doss.
Thank you. I also got an opportunity to attend the high school forums today. I went to one this morning where there was a couple of sessions there, and then I went to some more this in the afternoon. I was partnered with somebody that you guys might know, Superintendent Wells. He stole the show, with his charisma, but I was able to fit in there. But it was great. The high school students, they did a wonderful job. One of the forums was about equal pay, and they talked about specifically the tech industry. And it was some really good information. I asked if I could use the slide and present it at work because we're actually having that issue right now in my company. So they said it was okay. So I think I'm going to actually present some of those slides at our next meeting. So it was really just great. They just did a wonderful job. And so I have a few other things on for my board reports. I would like if we can discuss, at a later date, but I really would like the board to commit to a zero tolerance approach to any acts against, any acts of racism. Now that kids are back in school, I want to really commit to a zero tolerance so that we can keep kids safe and so that kids feel comfortable coming back to school and learning in person. So I want to really make sure that we have a commitment to that. So if we could, discuss that further, at a later date, that'd be awesome. I got an opportunity to volunteer with our food services department for the first week of school reopening, and it was a great chance to help to pack food for the students, but also get a chance to really just meet our team and hang out with them and learn what they have going on, what their thoughts are around reopening and things like that. And so it was a great opportunity. So I just wanted to thank them publicly for allowing me to come and help. It was a great opportunity, and I appreciate their time and them making me feel welcome there. I wanted to also, spring break is coming up. I know that everybody is really excited, and I'm excited as well. But this is my short, small plea to the community to, if you can, stay home and do fun things within Albany. We are open and everybody is having a great and experience, and we want to maintain that. The way that we maintain that is by limiting our travel. So if you can, stay home. I know that's easier said than done, but it will help the greater community as we continue to move forward through this pandemic. That is still a pandemic. Wednesday at 3:00, I'm going to be doing a virtual coffee with a board member. I'll be sending out the information for that, but just an opportunity to turn on your Zoom, grab a cup of coffee, and chat. I used to do this previously before COVID at the coffee shop on Solano, but can't really do that now. So I'm going to do it virtually. I'll be sending out information in regards to that. So look out for that. But Wednesday at 3:00. And I wanted to end with just a special thank you to the teachers, students, and everybody involved with the reopening of in-person learning. When I was walking on Monday to pick up my middle schooler, when she came out, you could see the smile through her mask. And it wasn't just her, because a couple of her classmates ran around her and were like, "Hey, Brian." and they were just so happy, and it made me feel really good. And I know that things have not gone as smoothly as we all would have liked, but at that moment, the joy from those students, for me, just made it all worth it. And I instantly forgave everybody that ever did anything mean to me during this process. So that concludes my board report. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Duran.
You know, it sort of sounds like we're pivoting to a new place, working together, being in solidarity as a community with the rallies that recently took place. And that solidarity is so important. And so I would want to come back full circle and focus once again on the solidarity with what's really considered the invisible minority in this country, which were really the first people of this land, which were the indigenous, the native peoples, the Native Americans. And so I would like to do the land acknowledgement for them, which is Tlazohcamati, gracias, and gratitude, in recognition that Albany sits on the territory of the Huichin, the ancestral and unceded land of the Chochenyo Indians. This land continues to be of great importance to the Ohlone people. We recognize that all of us in Albany continue to benefit from this land that we live and work on. Consistent with Albany values of community and diversity, we have a responsibility to acknowledge and work on our relationship with the Native peoples. And so there are a couple of things coming up that maybe we could focus on in terms of actually doing something going beyond our words. One of them is supporting the West Berkeley Shell Mound Village site that is the old parking lot of Spenger's on 4th Street. And right now they're in court to get that to become a shell mound. And so hopefully we can be involved in that as well. And then there's also one around UC Berkeley, which I will talk to you about at another time. So once again, you know, they say that high flattery is when you copycat somebody. So I want to copycat Vice President Doss, because having a coffee clatch by way of Zoom is a good thing with the community. I've actually sort of done that in meeting with some parents before, but I would like to do it sort of officially now that Vice President Doss mentioned it. I would like to do the same thing. So maybe I give a heads up at the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Boyd.
Hi, everyone. Most of the things that I wanted to say have already sort of been said in some way, so I'll just be pretty quick. I got the chance also to participate in the freshman forum, and it was really wonderful. And I wanted to thank Ms. Marianne Scheuer, and apologies if I butchered your last name, the librarian at the high school, and also Emily Surowitz, who was the teacher in the room where I had the opportunity to listen to presentations. I learned about wildfires in California and teen mental health and plastic in the oceans and reducing plastic, and was just really impressed by the quality of the presentations and the research, the public speaking, the responding to questions on the spot, and also the student judges who participated and asked questions and were really supportive of upperclassmen, I believe, who were judging these freshman presentations. So it was really great to be able to participate, and thank you for including me in that. I also wanted to, just as related to what a number of people are saying, to just acknowledge the students and families, but particularly teachers and staff. I have a daughter at the middle school. I know that the internet was out, Wi-Fi was out yesterday, and really just appreciated students and teachers and staff sort of rolling with the punches on that one. And I appreciated an email from my daughter's teacher who assured the class no homework was done, you didn't miss anything, nobody worry, it's all fine, we're gonna try this again tomorrow. And also I just heard one of the teachers referring to roomies and zoomies. And I just really appreciate it. And it was a small thing, but just a little bit of the sort of genius of teachers and staff who are just being so thoughtful and just considerate and kind about how to address students and how to make sure that all of their students feel welcome and on equal footing, regardless of whether they happen to be, zooming into class from remotely or whether they're actually in person. And so just really appreciate all the efforts that are happening right now as we, as many of us embark on the return to in-person school. And then lastly, just wanted to acknowledge, as has been talked about already, I was able to attend both of the rallies, Rally Against Anti-Asian Hate, and also for students with disabilities, and just really appreciated the opportunity to support and advocate for those communities. I learned a great deal. And on a very lighter note, a couple weekends ago, was also able to sort of walk around and benefit from Coachella and hear live music for the first time in a year. And all of those opportunities, though some were, sort of more weighty and others were just sort of more lighthearted, just gave me the chance to sort of leave my home and see people in three-dimensional reality. I realized that there are many people that I've gotten to know through the board in some way, where I only know them as kind of a box on my screen. Have no idea their height, how they move in the world, and it just made me really appreciate this community even more, and the way that we can come together to enjoy ourselves, to listen to music, to advocate for each other, to learn, to express our grievances, and to express the ways that we need to improve. And it gave me hope for at the time when we can, continue to sort of leave our homes and kind of confront each other face to face and enjoy that community with each other.
Thank you. Trustee Davidson.
This is so wonderful to hear what everyone's shared, and I was going to share some of the same things, so I'll just again be brief like Trustee Boyd. I also enjoyed both of the rallies. I really appreciated some of the conversation that it sparked between myself and my own children, just what the rallies were about, and really these deeper issues that my kids, even though they're young, were excited to have. And I'm sorry, they're loud in the background. And I also, I've been walking in the neighborhood and watching as the schools are reopening, and I want to make sure that whenever you cross the street, thank those crossing guards, because they are so vigilant right now. They're watching so carefully so that everyone can get to and from school safely. And, it hasn't been as chaotic as it has seemed in past years. It's been so managed and calm, but this very positive air. And it's just been wonderful to watch that happen. I had the opportunity this past week to meet with the Marin School principal and some of the parents there on a side project that they were really excited about, and helping to reduce waste as that school prepares for their transitional move. And some more will come on that when there'll be some community giveaways and some other ways to support. And just thinking forward, there's a lot of calls out for parent volunteers right now. So if you have a little time to give, I know our schools are in need of help with kind of getting kids in and out. So just check in on those boxes, and thank you all for all the effort towards this point.
Thank you, everybody. Student board members.
Oh, sorry, I'm going first. So we have a couple announcements for all sites. First things first, like Trustee Doss already mentioned, there will be no school next week, the week of April 12th, due to spring break, which I personally am very excited for. And I know while this is traditionally an opportunity to take a break and go and possibly see extended family or friends, we urge everyone to avoid traveling and, if possible, and try and spend their vacation locally so as not to jeopardize increasing our COVID-19 case numbers. There's a lot of fun stuff to do in the Bay and a lot of fun things to do in Albany. So just keep that in mind. And then also, with the help of families and local businesses, School Care has managed to raise $425,000 for Albany schools, which is a lot of money. And school care funds support a variety of things like social, emotional, and mental health, academic intervention, art lessons, and more of the things that really make our schools great. Audrey.
Yeah, so I mean, the freshman forum project was already spoken about, but also since the high school is starting hybrid learning on the 19th, freshman tours will be happening given by upperclassmen students. So that's happening on Wednesday and Thursday of this week. That's just to show freshmen around the school since they'll be starting on inner campus. And then also the Asian Student Alliance, the Asian Student Union is hosting a student forum for API students in the community. Anyone is invited, and that's on April 23rd at 3 p.m. And there'll be speakers and allies to speak out about the recent rise in hate crimes.
Thank you. Now we'll take public comment on matters that are not on the agenda. So if you have a comment for something that is on the agenda later tonight, such as our reopening update, please hold your comments for that item. Otherwise, we will start with Sine.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, hi. Thank you so much for everything you guys doing, from principals, superintendent, and everything. But I have a little, I want some clarification on, as usually, on the paraeducator that came back. It says it was laid off 29 and they went back 27. So it means only 2 more. That's great. It's great news. But are you considering the one have returned as a sub, temporarily sub for 1 week or 2 weeks are fully returned? That's my question, and that's my my situation. I'm back only for sub for 2 weeks at the end of this week. So, and I had a personal asking me, is the district have something against you that because you're not coming back? And I said, no, I even have a letter of recommendation for so many teachers, from so many teachers to me and for my direct supervisor to work at other schools. So this is a little bit weird. I would like to have clarification for that. Are you considering a temporarily sub for 2 weeks as fully returned or no? And on terms of staffing, and I know they're like a middle school are fully staffed and a high school are fully staffed. Also, the site I'm working now as a sub, temporarily sub for 2 weeks, they don't have moderate to severe para, which is my situation. So definitely they won't call me on that site. So please, I would like any of you to clarify that. I'll also, for the new hire as a para educators, they're on the agenda for the clarification. Also, I would like to have other new hire from outside, and you didn't even include them on the actual paraeducator that we have now. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I refer Sana to HR because of personnel matter?
Yes.
Answer her questions, and I think they'll take care of her.
Thank you. I think I just started the next person.
You already unmuted,
okay, sorry.
You unmuted me, sorry. Hi, I'm Britt Tanner. Thank you, everyone. I wanted to call in and I want to clarify that I'm commenting about the opening, but I'm talking about the spring opening, and the item later is the fall opening. So I just wanted to call in to thank the board and the administration, and especially the teachers and all the staff at the elementary schools that made in-person school happen starting last week. It was a greatly modified plan. It meant 20 hours of school per week, and my daughter is elated. She's in 3rd grade. She has 23 of the 25 kids in her classroom returning in person, and she's so excited to go to school. She's trying to leave for school, half an hour early, because she just wants to be there with her friends and learn. So thank you for making that happen. On that same note, I want to thank everyone for the quick changes with the middle school. I know that was a significantly different plan than what was originally suggested, and not one that was recommended by the superintendent and the principal, but I have to say it's going really well. I live half a block from the middle school. And again, my son is trying to go to school half an hour early, just in case he's late. And he's so excited. It's been really wonderful. I want to suggest, however, that maybe there should be a second chance for people to opt into in-person. I don't think that there was enough information given in advance, really for either elementary or middle school about what the school experience was going to be like. People weren't told that there would be 2 recesses and you could have a snack break, for example. And the way the middle school was framed, it was you could either Zoom from home or Zoom from school. And that's not really adequately describing the amazing job that the teachers are doing with, most of them are in the classroom and they're using new tools that are letting the kids interact both in person and remote. And lastly, with my 9 seconds, look at the cohorts. If you don't open up the cohorts for opening, some cohorts only have like 4 kids, and you could potentially combine cohorts and have more people at the time. Thank you.
Let me just, Britt Tanner, let me just respond to two quick ones because I think they're kind of universal. Just clarification, we have 22.5 hours at the elementary per week, and we have an opt-in at the middle school starting when we get back from spring break, April 19th. So we're excited about the opt-in for the middle school.
Great, thank you.
Chris. Whoops. Chris.
Yeah, sorry about that. Trustees of the school board, as teachers, our passion and duty is to provide education, care, and stewardship to the children in our charge. It was exciting to re-engage in that core mission as some students have been able to return to Albany campuses. ATA members have been working feverishly for the past 2 weeks to prepare our classrooms to provide a safe learning environment for Albany's students. For the children and teachers who have been able to return in person, it has been a joy to be back in school. However, the rush to reopen has caused serious problems and added additional stress to Albany's already overloaded teachers. The lack of adequate ventilation in some rooms, lack of soap in some bathrooms, and inadequate internet infrastructure at the middle school, which caused an outage. These are serious problems that impede our effort to provide a safe and equitable learning environment for our in-person and at-home students. These problems will eventually be solved, yet the rush to reopen has forced us to compromise safety for speed. The expertise of teachers and administrators was waved away in an effort to hurry things along. The membership of ATA finds this wholly unacceptable. It is too early to assess all the takeaways from this unprecedented school year, and we need to acknowledge that we're all doing our best. But we must also acknowledge that we have to do better, especially when it comes to this school board working with our education professionals. We are your strongest allies in the effort of education. Moving forward, ATA hopes that this board can commit to a collaborative relationship where we can implement and honor solutions that work for the entire Albany unified community. We ask that prior to wholesale changes to schedules, programs, and safety measures, that you seek out, hear, and listen to the expertise of your committed educators and administrators. We have a deep understanding of these issues. It is our life's work, and ignoring our expertise does disservice to students and teachers alike. When we work together during these immensely challenging times, we give Albany students our best. We look forward to rebuilding this relationship together. Sincerely, Chris Knight and Stephen Naif, ATA co-presidents.
Thank you. Ben. Go ahead, Ben. Okay. Layla.
Hi, I have so for one thing, thank you to all the teachers, administrators, and the board for bringing our kids back. My daughter was so excited. I haven't seen her this excited to go back to middle school since the beginning of 7th grade, a year and a half ago. I have a short voice memo that I'd like to play from her. Sorry about the 3-year-old in the background too, but here it is.
Hi, my name's Hazel and I'm in 8th grade. Thank you to all the teachers for getting us back to school. It's really fun and I'm really excited to finish the year off in person.
Thank you so much, and we look forward to more hours in person.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm having more trouble with this list than usual. All right, Grace.
Good evening, everyone. So I'm the parent of a Albany high schooler, and I had a question about summer school or what the rest of this academic year is going to do. Will there be an extension to try to recapture some of the learning that did not occur remotely during the fall semester, but also what options will they have to try to recapture credits or units that they need to graduate on time? As it stands, it did not work in our favor to work from home remotely. However, because we are high risk, that is the option that we decided to stay with. And so we're trying to plan out what at least up until August looks like to figure out what options we have to get him back on track.
So we do have an agenda item coming up on the summer program that we're offering. So that may be of interest to some folks. Ben. You may be muted, Ben. All right, let's go with Julie.
Hello, this is Ben Wallace, and I'm a member of the Disability Squad. First, I'd like to thank the trustees and staff that came to the Albany United for Students with Disabilities rally on Friday. And thank you for providing electricity from the district office. I also appreciate the words of support that were given here tonight. Unfortunately, I need to bring up another low light in AUSD's approach to students with disabilities. To echo one of the signs at Friday's rallies, actions speak louder than words. This board has asked for greater transparency from the district on special education. On March 9th, the Albany Disability Squad submitted a Public Records Act request for exactly that purpose. The data we request is essential for informed decision making. For instance, it will be vital for the special education program audit that the board has requested. Our PRA request follows up on an informal request we submitted last August. At that time, the squad even offered to provide volunteers to help the district with researching data in our request. The district substantively ignored our offer last summer, and now, in response to our formal PRA request, the administration is objecting to every single item. It's obvious that the district is cowering behind legal counsel in defiance of the board's own calls for transparency. What do they have to hide? The Board of Trustees may want to reflect on the incentives here. As Olga Miranda said at the ADS rally on April 2nd, we are your allies. The Albany Disability Squad has a genuine interest in cooperating with the district to improve special education. AUSD's legal counsel sees families as the enemy. That's their business model. Perhaps instead of dismissing valued psychologists and driving away special ed teachers that actually care about our kids, you should fire your legal counsel and then redirect that windfall to a temp that can provide legally required data. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel.
Hi, my name is Rachel Chapman. I have a student at middle school and I have a student at Cornell. They've both returned in person, and I echo everyone's thank yous to everyone. And I appreciate the board for pushing through in a really difficult time to make this happen. I really just wanted to make a comment and make it clear that I'm really glad to hear that there will be a second opt-in for the middle school. I think that needs to be advertised wisely. It needs to be advertised correctly. We received an email that said that our students would be in class on Zoom on their computers. That is what the middle school told us. I immediately asked board members and I asked the vice principal about it. I received a clarification that said, no, your student will be interacting with the teacher in the classroom. However, that was not sent to the entire community. And I think that a lot of people made a decision based on incorrect information. It could have been a typo, it could have been whatever. I do not mean this in any way to place blame on someone, but that information, that's what was communicated. And I believe a lot of parents would make a different decision seeing what it really is like. So I'm glad there's going to be another opt-in period, and I just advocate for just a lot of advertising about that opportunity and what needs to be done to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Suzanne.
Thanks. I'm Suzanne Zalev, and I have a third grader at Cornell and a sixth grader at middle school. She just started middle school yesterday. She was so excited and loves it. And I just wanted to say thank you so much for reopening the middle school and letting her go in and meet her teachers. And just wanted to give a shout out to Ms. Bukowski and Ms. Hernandez. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sorry, this Zoom is not working with me. All right, Amy, go ahead.
Hi, this is Amy Appel from the Albany Disability Squad. I just wanted to mention for everyone who is attending this meeting that our website is currently updated with some scenes from the rally that we held on Friday, and it is also we also have made public our demands that we made of the school district, and we hope that people will look at our website to read more. Our address is albanydisabilitysquad.org. And thank you very much. That's all I have right now.
Thank you. Joe.
Hello, and thanks for taking my comment. And thanks to the board for the progress we've seen already in the elementary and middle schools. I'd like to mention for the fall that I hope we're keeping in mind the lessons we've learned over the last year, that the decision to close down can be made very quickly, but opening back up is tough and slow. Each step is overthought and overly negotiated. The fall goal needs to be 5 full days in person for all students. Anything less is a failure. Come fall, if we somehow find ourselves in a tier with a dangerous color, we can dial that back. We've done that before. But let's not make the mistake of committing now to an overly cautious schedule that will be hard to change, that further sacrifices the education and well-being of our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes item 12. We now move to our fall school reopening update with a focus on fall. Turn it over to you, Dr. Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chair, President Hinckley. Next, we have our school reopening update, fall reopening planning, and that would be done as it has been around education and academics by our Assistant Superintendent, Marie Williams. And so at this time, I've turned this over to Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Dr. Wells. Good evening, board, community. Julie, I think I'm going to share my own presentation if you don't mind. Sure. Thank you. Great, wonderful, excellent. So good evening, everybody. I'm very excited to be bringing this update to you this evening. As usual, by the time this information is posted in the packet, and then the time comes for the presentation to be made, some of our information is outdated. So we heard today some really promising news from the governor about full reopening that I think as we move forward with planning, we certainly are excited and looking forward to having all of our students back on our campuses in the fall. So I'm going to just go through these slides for you. And let's begin. Oh, I went to the end, so let me go back to the beginning. Okay, so you've heard a little bit about spring reopening, about our reopening at the elementary, over 1,000 students returning to elementary, and then hundreds of our students returning to Albany Middle School. We've heard from parents this evening. We've heard from board members. We've heard from our superintendent. And so I won't belabor the spring reopening highlights other than to say, we're really excited to have our students back on campus. I have a fourth grader of my own who has been very excited to see her teacher in person. So, so our spring reopening has been, I think, a really great sort of moment of celebration for us and sort of a great jumping off and leverage point as we move forward to a full reopening in the fall. So
can we go back?
Yes, sir.
Just for a moment. And I just want to add that although we have our elementary school opening as noted March 29th and our middle school open April 5th, we also have a high school that's going to be opening April 19th. And there's been a lot of discussion and wondering out there in our community about, are we going to change the schedule once again? And I wanted to be clear that we have no plans or intention in the next 10 weeks to change our schedules again. We are constantly evolving as we look at other interventions and things of mental health services that we can bring on campus, but we have no intentions whatsoever to change our schedule and upset our school community again and you know, not have the continuity that our kids need. So I wanted to highlight that piece. Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Dr. Wells. So the next few slides then will focus on full reopening. And at the time of this conversation, as we were moving toward a full reopening in the fall, we were certainly also thinking about some different scenarios that we would need to consider as we reopen school in the fall. And as I said again today, we heard some really promising news from our governor about, you know, come the middle of June, being able to eliminate the color-coded tier system and follow Cal-OSHA guidance around sort of COVID mitigation. And so, you know, we are sharing these considerations as we had them and recognizing that the pace of information is certainly changing very rapidly. And it is our goal to respond to those changes as they occur. This slide was added at the request of one of our trustees to make sure that we communicate to all of our community that the first student day of school for our students in AUSD is Tuesday, August the 17th. This is important, I think, for a couple of reasons to really highlight. First and foremost, I think, you know, we really want to signal to our community that we intend a full reopening in the fall. The second, and I think also important reason to share this date is that this is about a week earlier than we have opened in the past. Typically, we were one of the later districts to reopen in the third week of August. And so I think it's really good to flag for folks that students will be coming back on Tuesday, August the 17th, which is about a week earlier than in previous years. So as you're making your travel plans, please be mindful that August the 17th, we're looking forward to seeing all of our students back on our campuses. So thank you, Trustee Durham, for that suggestion. So as we were thinking about reopening scenarios, about full reopening scenarios, we sort of were reflecting back on, you know, some of the guidance that has been in place and has been in place since we went into this period of remote learning and wanted to make sure that we were sort of proactively thinking about and planning for any one of a number of scenarios as we look to reopening in the fall. And so you'll see there are 5 scenarios here, and there might be a couple that are sort of already out of date, but I'm going to go through all of these for us fairly briefly and give an opportunity for discussion and questions. So the first scenario around implementing safety protocols appears to be the direction in which we are moving. And so we'll move on to these other slides with a bit more detail in a couple of minutes. There's a second scenario that would involve implementing safety protocols. So continuing with face coverings, continuing with frequent hand washing. And in this scenario, there might also be a requirement that we continue with physical distancing. So, you know, current CDC guidelines are around 3 feet of distancing. So there might be that in place as we move to open in the fall fully. There's a third scenario that would involve sort of layering on safety protocols, physical distancing, and maintaining stable groups. And so this idea of stable groups is that you have groups of students with fixed membership that stay together and don't intermix. And so it might be that that continues to be a piece that we have to consider moving into the fall. What you see at the bottom in scenarios 4 and 5 are scenarios that could be layered onto any one of the 3 scenarios that are presented. So in any scenario, it might be necessary, and we are sort of awaiting guidance and certainly would want to be in communication with our community about the need to continue to provide 100% remote option for students identified as eligible. So that scenario could exist in 1, 2, or 3. The other scenario to sort of be mindful of and planning for so that we could respond pretty quickly is a need to pivot to remote learning in the event of a COVID-19 outbreak, right? So we're planning for these scenarios. We are hopeful that certainly we won't have to implement them, but we recognize that, it's prudent to be cautious and to be prepared, particularly for this scenario 5, right? The need to pivot back to remote learning in the event of an outbreak. So the next couple slides just sort of share some of the overarching considerations, I would say, that we have had in some preliminary conversation. And then the final slide sort of speaks about process and about how we continue to sort of work through these scenarios as we move toward our full fall reopening. So in scenario 1, which would be this full reopening with some safety protocols in place, right? So some considerations here might be maintaining supplies of PPE. So making sure that we continue to have face coverings on hand. There's been a lot of conversation about ventilation. That might continue, that will continue to be a conversation in terms of ventilation upgrades at our various sites. Staff and student testing, and then also, developing protocols for COVID-19 positive cases, right? I think even as we are moving into a phase where we are really hopeful about fully returning all of our students, we recognize COVID is not going to cease to exist as of the date, that we return to school, or maybe even as of this June date. So we do want to continue to be thoughtful about the protocols for positive cases in our schools. The second scenario, so this is sort of layering on from scenario 1, in addition to thinking about maintaining these safety protocols around face coverings and hand washings, as we previously identified, let's say there's a need to continue with physical distancing, right? So some things that we would have to think about in that case would be decreasing class size and or increasing classroom capacity. Sort of what is meant by that, particularly on the increasing classroom capacity side, is ensuring that we can maximize as much physical space, physical square footage in the classroom as possible. That might mean removing items or sort of reshuffling the way that things are arranged in a room, right? Decreasing class size is sort of exactly what that sounds like, right? Having fewer students to the extent possible in the classroom. We recognize that we need to think about secondary scheduling options, including extra and co-curricular activities for students if there's a need to maintain physical distancing. So thinking about things like band and choir and how we can continue to conduct those activities in as safe a manner as possible. And then finally, just thinking about how we maximize and develop protocols for our common areas, which we know are limited around lunch, recess, and restrooms. And we know that this is particularly important for our sites that are sort of co-located. So thinking about next year when Marin is at Ocean View, what is currently the Ocean View East Campus, and I imagine will be the Marin East Campus, just thinking about sort of how that space is shared between those students and then the students at the high school. So just sort of proactively thinking about those considerations. In scenario 3, we were thinking about, again, sort of layering on the considerations from scenario 1 and 2. So thinking not just about sort of COVID mitigation strategies, face coverings, hand washing, but also thinking about distancing, and then also thinking about the possibility that we might also need to maintain stable groups. So what would that look like, right? So this is where we begin to think about all of these creative scheduling options. And so we've been sort of hearing about these over the past few weeks. At our high school, they do already, Albany High School has a block schedule, right? So they do sort of have the benefit of sort of having a schedule that is already organized in that fashion. But certainly here we would want to think about, how we could optimize block scheduling to ensure that all of our students could be on campus every day. And then also developing schedules for our elementary students in terms of prep, intervention, and resource services. And again, this is sort of specific to this piece of stable groups, right? So what is that? What would that look like in the fall, if we were still having a need to maintain stable groups? And again, thinking about this idea that some of these prep, intervention, resource services pull students from different groups and then send them back to their home group. So again, just sort of being mindful and thinking about how we would account for that type of movement throughout the day. Scenario 4 is asking us to think about our need to continue with 100% remote option. The current guidance speaks about, ensuring that an option is available for students that choose it. And so we are, paying close attention to changing guidance or updated guidance or extended guidance around this need to create 100% remote option. We know that in our district, we do have some mechanisms in place, for example, independent study and/or home hospital, which allow students who are eligible to receive their education at home. And I know that there has been some conversation about sort of just interest in general in providing 100% remote and/or independent study option for students. So this is something that we would be exploring moving forward. And so here, sort of these bullets just identify some of the pieces that we know we would have to think about. We are a relatively small district. And so, if you think about a remote program or a virtual academy is essentially starting a new school, right? So that requires teachers that are teaching sort of solely in that environment. That requires, site supervision that is assigned to that environment, right? So we want to think about sort of what the staffing implications might be. And then particularly as we think about a secondary remote program, here we're thinking about credentialing, course offerings, and curriculum, right? So, how do we ensure that students to the maximum extent possible can take a full and broad course of study in such a program? And, sort of what are the limitations for us in our district, given sort of our size and ability to sort of establish this sort of standalone program. And then thinking finally about student eligibility, how we would accept students into such a program. And then also finally thinking about sort of the terms of enrollment. So what kind of commitment we would be asking for in terms of, students being enrolled for a year or students being enrolled for a semester. So these are some of the things that are coming up for us as we think about this remote option that is sort of layered on top of potentially any one of the scenarios that have previously been presented, excuse me. And then finally, the idea of needing to pivot to remote in the event of a COVID-19 outbreak. Dr. Wells often speaks about, with, I think, great pride, the speed with which our teachers pivoted to providing remote instruction in a matter of days in the spring, where in some neighboring areas, this process took weeks. And so I think that we have demonstrated that we could pivot to remote instruction in the event of an outbreak. And so, just ensuring that we would have all of the pieces in place to ensure that that pivot was quick and was efficient, and that folks had the resources in order to be able to do that. So for example, maintaining technology tools for students to be able to pivot at home, maintaining the resources that would allow that to happen sort of pretty quickly. So those are the considerations in general that we have lifted up thus far in this conversation about a full return to school in the fall. And also talking about, learning loss mitigation. So the next item you're going to hear about is summer school, but we recognize that there's a need to continue to address learning loss and intervention support into the fall. And so I'm looking forward to continuing that conversation as we use sort of the summer as a springboard, as a launching point for that, and then continue to offer intervention and learning loss mitigation to students affected so greatly by the pandemic as we move into the fall. And then also a great need to continue to provide social, emotional, and expand mental health support. So last week, I believe we had a special board workshop that took up the two topics of academics, mid-year metrics, and also mental health support. And so we heard a great deal of wonderful information from our mental health specialists. And then, we're able to hear from them some suggestions for how we might expand the program moving forward and ensure that we can provide maximum access to students. And I believe that Dr. Wells has already put some of those in place. So we look forward to continuing these conversations about how to provide services to students in these areas, and would anticipate this information would come back to the board. Finally, we talk about process. And so how do we do this? How do we have this conversation in as inclusive, collaborative, and transparent a fashion, to quote Dr. Wells, as possible? And so in the spring and then also in the fall, we did convene reopening input planning task force advisory committees, bodies of folks who were interested in giving input in response to sort of principals planning. And so you know, it is our goal to be as inclusive and collaborative and transparent as possible, and engaging our stakeholders in this conversation as it continues to shift and change about how we reopen. We would, of course, continue to bring updates to the governing board and then continue to be in conversation with our labor partners as this process moves forward. So really the purpose of tonight's presentation was just to sort of give an overview in terms of the thinking about how we are thinking about fall, and then also in terms of sort of how we intend to move forward in a process that gets us to a full reopening in the fall on August the 17th, 2021. And so that concludes this presentation, and the time now is for board discussion and questions.
Thank you so much. So board, formulate your questions. Yeah, Trustee Davidson.
Okay, so I have a few thoughts on this. I think it's a great jumping off point, and I read that governor's update as well today about, I think, June 16th, we get to reopen our doors. I'll be surprised and excited to see how that goes. I have a couple questions and things that I would love some follow-up on, and then sort of I don't know, a proposal idea for how we can kind of have our checks and balances in place. So one thing that I would love, Dr. Wells, is to get feedback on when our principals and our school sites set their schedules for the fall. So maybe like a timeline on when the middle school team and high school team especially are setting sort of the groups and the schedules for the fall, so that we can align dates. If we ask for different schedules, we can do that before they set a schedule, just to make sure that we're following a timeline that's reasonable and makes sense. And then the other question I have is, if we need to implement any of these, we keep bringing this up, and we need to negotiate a new MOU for the fall, we're all anticipating or hoping, I guess, that we don't need to negotiate an MOU, but I would like us to maybe set a date for finishing our negotiations so that we know that they'll be done by the time school starts on August 17th, and that can't be something left to the end. And then I think that's all my thoughts for right now.
So Dr. Wells, maybe you can comment on the issue of whether you think there may be items that would require negotiation. So just to clarify, once our MOU expires June 30th, in a normal year, we just start the school year. I do think that it would be good for the board and the public to have an understanding of what kinds of circumstances might trigger a need to negotiate, you know, moving with the assumption that this is hopefully a normal year. So maybe you could offer some clarification or let us know when we can get that clarification, Dr. Wells.
Well, yeah, we are, let me just be clear. We already have a negotiated agreement, for example, with our teachers, ATA. We have amendment to those agreements, also known as MOUs. So we attend and plan to open school August 17th, independent of anything else. The issue may come up, are there some items that we need to revisit because we may open it a little different? Yeah, we can do that, but there's nothing that precludes us from opening in the fall. And so we intend to do that. I know people ask, because we've been negotiating so much, oh, are we gonna have negotiations done before the start of school? And our position has been there is no need to negotiate to start the school unless something catastrophic happens again that we don't foresee. And we're hoping that that's not the case. We're very optimistic, and we're anticipating moving forward with improved rates. As you heard earlier, June 16th, the governor plans on opening up California, and we want to be parallel with that. And so, but we are committed fully to open fully in the fall on time. And that's where we are right now.
I apologize for not noticing the order that anyone's hands are going up in. Trustee Boyd.
I actually think it may have been Trustee Duran who was up before me. No? Okay. So I wanted to raise a couple questions and comments about the current hybrid plans and how they're being implemented, which my understanding of this agenda item is that it includes the current hybrid plan and not just the fall. So is it okay to ask those questions now?
Sure, or maybe we could finish with the fall questions and then come back to the
I'm happy
spring.
to do that. I have some fall ones too, so I'm happy to,
Yeah.
to do that. I wanted to definitely support Trustee Davidson's question about when teachers and administrators will be doing their scheduling, and support the suggestion that we, in the interest of being sure that we are collaborating and that we are honoring those the schedules and the way that those schedules are put together, and not making that any more difficult than it needs to be, that we can all be aligned so that any sort of plan that we're approving or anything along those lines would be done before then. And in relation to that, also wanted to ask that we approve that we have plans presented, whether it's the different scenarios, of course, we're all hoping that we're going to be, 100%, and that there will be no concerns, but if there are, well, I'm assuming that we are going to need to approve other scenario plans so that we'll be prepared in case that's not what's happening, that those plans be presented so that they can be approved before the end of the school year, so that when we go to the summer, we know what's happening. And then the other item that I wanted to suggest is with regard to remote, and as Assistant Superintendent Williams noted, the fact that we're a small district certainly makes it daunting to have a whole virtual academy, for instance, just for our district. I'm wondering if it might be possible to partner with perhaps other smaller districts that have a sort of similar standard to our district, if that's something that our district leadership could look into as potentially offering a way to make sure that we're providing a very strong remote program to the extent that students still need a remote program, but not having it be, more difficult than it needs to be for our smaller district.
Thank you. Trustee Duran.
Did you say President Hinckley that we're just focusing on the fall at the moment?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see if I can find my questions for that. Well, this is one that would be for currently, but also for the fall, that was referenced by ATA tonight, by Mr. Knight, which is, and which you have, Assistant Superintendent Williams, which is in your scenarios, which is about ventilation. And I'm kind of surprised that it came up because I thought that was one of the areas we've been working on for quite some time now. So I'm concerned that, when we really get into the nitty gritty of what that looks like, that we're really have ventilation down. I mean, both for the present and for the future, of course, but that's an issue that I would like to be addressed. A future one also is simulcasting. It wasn't mentioned, but to what degree, Assistant Superintendent Williams, do you think it's going to be a viable option for us, or something that teachers may or may not be interested in? Another issue is when we speak about potentially different kinds of schedules, be it block schedule, be it quarter schedules, whatever, that once again, I would like personally to see the board get another option for the 6th grade being different than the 7th and 8th grade. I mean, ultimately, it was collapsed with 7th and 8th recently, but I'm still thinking that it might be important for us to have a very special 6th grade schedule just in case something comes up. Positive messaging is one that applies to both, and certainly the future about that we're all in this going forward together, that we hope that we are planning to open school on August 17th, full person return. And deadlines. If we, you had talked about having a task force, and I'm not quite sure what the task force would include for fall planning, but whatever that is, and in terms of the process, because I think that's something that the board is concerned about, that it was kind of ugly, to say the least, this past spring, in terms of how quickly things had changed. And if we're really talking about getting a process where community is involved, then it needs to be done once again quickly, because we're already right in April. And how many meetings would you be looking at? Specifically, what would be the purpose for those? And if there's something that the board has to articulate beforehand so that there's no misunderstanding that, well, we thought we were going to be making those decisions, but in fact, it all comes back to the board. So if there's something we have to do up front before the task force meets, I would like a clarification about that. And I think the rest is for the next round.
Vice President Doss.
Yeah, I think that there's been a few references made to information from the governor, and I don't know if everybody has had an opportunity to kind of read and review that. So if some communication could be put together and sent out sometime this week, just to in collaboration with the things that we have in place, just to kind of bring it all together, I think would be beneficial. So hopefully we can put something like that together, just to inform everybody that might not be as involved and like ear to the ground to everything that Mr. Newsom is saying over there. And then I was just hoping for some clarification on the task force and kind of like the goal of that. I've been a member of a few of those task force, and I think the goals get a little murky, I guess, for lack of better words. And so just more clarification on that, and kind of what they would be working on and how that would relate to the opening. Because it sounds as if the opening in the fall is going to be, opening back up with kind of the precautions in place. So I guess my wonder would be what the task force will be working on. Because the last time I was in a task force, it seemed the goal of the task force was working to like, what things can we do to make reopening safer? And it became, we shouldn't reopen, we should reopen. And that's kind of where that was the entire discussion of the task force. And I don't really know if that is the best use of everybody's time.
Student board member Corzo Clark.
Yeah, I was wondering, obviously this is kind of far ahead in the future, but for like the learning loss mitigation, like the intervention and the social emotional learning, that support for the reopening in the fall. I know like the CDE has like come out with like some like loose guidance for what that's going to look like, but is there like any idea of right now or of how that will be structured in Albany specifically? If it'll be like similar to summer school or just the services that we're providing right now?
May I respond to that question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, and the question also about the task force, if that's okay. So I think, because I think they're sort of related, I think this question about task force sort of role is, ensuring that we provide an opportunity for feedback from the community. And so in the spring and then also in the fall, as I said, we did convene input advisory task forces to, provide information, give feedback to plans that were being developed. And so to Trustee Duran, your commentary about sort of timing and such, right? We've already reached out to the folks to our principals to get the names of the folks who were previously involved in this endeavor so that we can pull those folks together to, share these plans as they're being developed and then also get their input on these plans. I think often we can account for maybe about, maybe 85 to 90% of the detail. And then we find maybe that there is some amount of details that we haven't considered, or maybe that there are some suggestions about ways in which we might sort of operationalize some of these pieces that we had not thought of. So I think, we want to ensure that our staff, our parents, I believe we may have had students involved and members of the community are able to be involved in this conversation as it is ongoing. And I think certainly we recognize the need for this to happen at a fairly swift pace. And so it is our hope to pull that group together and to use that group as sort of an opportunity to get feedback on these plans as they're moving forward. And I think that your point about sort of the board articulating sort of its goals as was sort of reinforced by Trustee Das is really important as we move forward so that we are sort of carrying out the will of the governing board and the superintendent in putting these plans together so that there isn't confusion about what the expectations are. So I do think having myself been a part of some of these task forces in the past, sometimes I think when we are sort of co-creating the sort of the goals and the purpose in the moment, maybe sometimes we become a little misaligned. So I do think that would be really important for us to be. But I would say in this instance, we're pretty crystal clear about what it is that we would be planning for and pretty crystal clear about sort of the things we need to think about. And then to Trustee Corzo-Clark, your question about sort of what it will look like. I think, this is an excellent example of we sort of have a what, and then how do we work together to determine a how, right? So I think this is again where we work with our staff and our sites to sort of really think about how this gets operationalized in terms of learning loss mitigation at the site level, because our sites are different and sort of leverage their resources in different ways. I do know that a couple ideas are around sort of an extended day during the school year. I remember, once long ago when we offered Saturday school, right? That's another option that's sort of being talked about. And in fact, some of our neighboring smaller districts that were in our special ed local plan area in SELPA with, they're having some conversations on the general education side about sort of what this might look like in the summer and beyond. So that's a conversation I'll be engaging with next week also, and we'll continue to sort of move that forward. So I hope that answers both of those questions.
Yeah, and even if I could suggest that in addition to like the larger reopening plan, that maybe be a smaller focus or a subtopic that the reopening task force discusses. So that's important.
So I know a couple other board members may have other questions on this, but I just wanted to sort of make sure I'm correct in how we're thinking about the fall and the sort of frame for this discussion. So my understanding is that we're starting from the assumption that the school year looks like normal. We don't need to approve new schedules. We have schedules that we've used for years at elementary and middle and high school, and that the assumption is the default is that that's what we would do, and that everything else would also unfold the same. What this conversation is about and what the task force would grapple with is, are there things within how we normally run school that might need to be changed because we're, of course, still going to be in a pandemic? So my understanding of the process is not that you're going to bring to us a plan for here's what the elementary day looks like, here's what the middle school day looks like, here's what the high school day looks like, but rather that you might bring to us something that says, we're needing to rearrange some of how we do lunch, because even by the fall, we anticipate that, you know, having kids shoulder to shoulder while they eat is not going to comply with the guidance or what have you. And so you're advising us that, you know, we're going to stagger them more, or we're going to use alternate spaces, or you want the board to support building a lunchroom somewhere. That's sort of my understanding of the frame that we're going into. So if there are changes that the board would need to approve, you know, I don't know what would fall into that bucket, perhaps changing to a quarter system or something like that. But much of this is about just operationalizing school as normal, you know, that you're not going to be bringing to us a reopening plan the same way you did this year. You'll just be bringing to us updates about things that might need to be different. So I just wanted to clarify that I have that right. And then I had just a couple of comments.
Yes, I would.
Is that okay? Okay, great. Just because I don't want people to think, oh, this is a big, you know, we're redesigning the school year. That's not what's happening here. So a couple of just thoughts about, oh, and so one thing along that vein is that the assumption for a remote program would be that it would just be sort of separate from the regular school. So the simulcasting, none of that would be happening. There will be a remote program if we need to or decide to offer one, and that's something you'll work on. Everyone else will just be in school. So they're okay. And okay, so I just wanted to clarify that. And then just a couple of thoughts. So first, I looked a little bit at the very original task force, which was a big group with someone from the fire department and the mayor and some other people. So I'm hoping we can make sure it's a group that's really knowledgeable about the schools. And to that end, I think having someone from all the activities that we do think we might need to rethink. So for example, choir and band seem like activities that are going to be challenging to do in small spaces. Maybe the athletics director, any other activities that seem, you know, the food services director, where we do need to think through some of these things that may still just need to be adjusted in ways, would be one suggestion. And then the other items that have come up in our previous discussions are things like office space and meeting rooms. I know the counseling department was concerned that some of those spaces might, even by the fall, be inadequate for meeting with groups of students safely, especially if they're interior rooms and assemblies, activities like that. I would just sort of put in the list of things that I hope we can just think through. And then the last comment I wanted to make is just about the technology, that one of the things that may help in if we needed to pivot, but could also be useful in the long term, is just a wider plan for having more Chromebooks available. I know Alameda Unified actually decided to just have a Chromebook for every student. That may be too large of an investment, but I think as we think about the technology, there may be advantages to having those sort of ready, because that was one of the slow rollouts, was making sure that kids had that technology. If, you know, of course, we all hope it doesn't happen, but if we have to pivot back, that may be one thing to consider using some of our funding for. All right, those are all my questions and comments, and I have again lost track of the order that you all raised your hands, but I think Trustee Duran was first.
Are we going to spring now, or are we continuing?
No, we're still in the fall.
Okay. Well, one item I wanted to see if Assistant Superintendent could respond, which is about a scenario with small cohorts. And that is so key, because that really stymied us this spring in terms of the middle school and the high school and the number of hours we're able to offer the kids. So even though I hear what President Hinckley says about, you know, we're going back to school full-time regular, but say in August, there's some kind of COVID issue and we're going to have to cut back. The first thing that's going to come up is cohort, a stable group, whatever you want to call it. And maybe we should move from cohorts to stable groups. But, you know, are we going to be looking at that potentially and figuring out secondary schedules that will not disrupt the kids the way it did this year?
Yeah, so I would say yes, that's that third scenario that speaks about stable cohorts. And at the secondary, I think that's then where you do get into thinking about how to develop a schedule where maybe students are coming for, let's say, 3 periods for 2 weeks, and then, you know, the other 3 periods of their schedule for another 2 weeks, as an example that exists out in the universe. So I think, you know, there are ways to think about how to maintain to the greatest extent possible those stable groups. I think sort of even in the guidance that we were following from the state and county, we realized, and folks realized, that it's virtually impossible to keep secondary students in a single cohort where all, you know, let's say 15, 20, 30 students have the same 6 teachers or the same 7 teachers. So I think we recognize that there will have to be some movement, but the idea of thinking about block scheduling and or sort of some of these other models would minimize the amount of movement that students would make through the day. And then I realized I omitted to mention a really important bullet point on one of the slides that I think speaks to this stable cohort issue, was about maximizing outdoor space. And I know that I was involved with Dr. Wells in a conversation that involved some of our community partners and members of the city around this conversation. And so I think that might also be a strategy as we move forward, that we would be looking at, you know, ways to maximize that outdoor space so that we could have, you know, maybe the grapes, that we've got some grapes, we've got stable groups, but we could have more of them because we've created more spaces for them to be learning and created spaces outdoors for them.
And just to clarify, when you say, for example, they would have 3 periods for 2 weeks, they would have a full schedule, I mean, a full day. It's just that we would, it's like a university having a quarter system instead of a semester. It's, you compress the class.
Correct.
It's
right.
not that they're only going half the day or something.
Exactly right. Yeah. So all of right. So all of these models are presuming as the default, to use your word, sort of a, you know, this is what it would look like sort of pre-COVID. So to the greatest extent possible, we sort of mirror that, right? So we would have students all day. So, you know, another scenario is at the secondary level, having a 4x4 block where students take 4 periods a day and accomplish sort of an entire, you know, a year's worth of coursework in a semester, and then switch over to another 4 classes for the second half, right? So there are some implications at secondary in a couple different areas. One of them being, you know, sort of like, do I take my AP class in the fall or in the spring, right? So, but that's another sort of model that, you know, exists that also we could be thinking about, that again sort of achieves the sort of reduction of the number of groups with which students are interacting. And many districts were implementing 4x4 block schedules as an example, even prior to COVID, right? I worked in a school district 10 years ago that had a 4x4 block. So these are not models that are just being created to respond to COVID, but they are models that would certainly sort of help the mitigation of the sort of mixing of the stable groups in the event that it became necessary to plan for that.
Great. Trustee Boyd.
Thank you. Just 2 things. One of them, and it just flows right from what Assistant Superintendent Williams was saying, because I think I was confused about what we were talking about as far as the different scenarios of plans. Definitely being somebody who's very hopeful that we're just going to be returning on August 17th, I think the date was, in a full in-person way, but also think that we need to have approved plans before the school year ends where we know what's going to happen if that is not an option, because I don't think we can just sort of hope for the best and try to figure it out and pivot if it doesn't turn out right. So the items that were just being discussed about, you know, the different potential block schedules or stable groups, things that we can just put in place so that if there's not a COVID concern, then there's not a COVID concern and it's good to go. But if there is a COVID concern, everything just doesn't fall apart and we don't just have to have our kids at home while we try to figure out how to get them back in class in some way, I think is very important. And then also on the simulcasting, I just wanted to say that I am hoping that that's something that we can continue to move forward with as far as making sure that we have equipment in rooms and that we can offer training to teachers and potentially like workshops with teachers who are, this is something that I had hoped we could potentially have happen. There are teachers who are parents in our district who are familiar with teaching with simulcasting in their schools, who I think would be happy to talk to teachers in our district and to share what they learned, what worked for them, didn't work, equipment that worked, didn't work. And that also just puts us in a situation where if there are students who need to be home because they have been exposed to something or for any reason, like when we talk about the, I think it was called home hospital, or I'm not sure what the name of the program is, or independent learning, but just it seems as if being able to provide students with a possibility to be able to still attend classes remotely in whatever situation they need to, or if we do end up needing to reduce the number of children or students in a room, so that it's important to be able to have that simulcast option. I just didn't want to completely lose that because I do think it's just sort of an important development for a lot of reasons in a COVID scenario, and hopefully it won't impact us in the fall, but in case it does, and then also for other reasons.
Vice President Doss.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on the task force and just to have kind of a new way of bringing members into I want to kind of think creatively about how we get participants to the task force. If we do it the same way that we've been doing it, then the same people will sign up. And I think that if we do that, then we'll miss the diverse opinions of the broader community, I guess is the best way to say that. So I'm hoping we can be a little more creative about members of the task force, making sure that we have like 2 parents that live in the UC Village, 2 parents that, or 2 parents who, 2 inter-district transfer parents, 2 parents from each site, a medical professional. Actually, I take that back. Not a medical professional, because I don't think that that is specific enough. An actual medical doctor that practices medicine, because I think medical professional is very broad, and you could be a medical professional in something that doesn't actually help us with the mitigation of COVID, and then that is not what I meant. So, and I have learned to be specific. So specifically a medical doctor that practices medicine and can help us with making sure, keeping things as we move forward. And then having like parents from the wide range, and that might be a little tougher. Like you might have to really be proactive and kind of reach out to people and maybe schedule the meetings at a different time that works out for individual schedules or whatnot. But I think it will be worth it, and I think it will help the plan to be very robust and as we move forward. Also making sure that we have teachers from each site on there as well, but I figured that is already happening. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Davidson.
So I'll propose this at the end when we put things on the agenda for the future agendas, but I think it would be really helpful, again, to get those scheduling dates so that we know we can set a date when we'll see these plans, so that we can do a review and action and vote on the ones that we want to have ready for the fall. I would just really like to, there's only 6 meetings left this year, so we really don't have a lot of time. And I would really like to start getting those things on our agendas so that we're making them happen and they're ready.
Thanks. Trustee Boyd, is that your hand from earlier? Okay. Is that all of the questions for the fall. And Superintendent Wells or Assistant Superintendent Williams, do you need anything more, questions or other guidance from the board?
At this point, I think we have more than enough. We would debrief tomorrow morning, early tomorrow morning. But we're excited to go to the next agenda item that's coming up when you're ready, Madam Chair, President Hinckley.
Yeah, we're not there yet. All right, so board, why don't we do your questions or comments about the spring, if that's what the other sets of comments were, and then go to public comment for the whole kit and caboodle. Does that make sense? All right, Trustee Duran.
Okay, first one is I heard the superintendent talk about the AMS opt-in. I wanted to clarify the elementary opt-in. I believe at our last board meeting, we had talked about an opt-in for May 3rd. So I just would like some clarification around that. Once again, if somebody tonight could address the ventilation, the bathrooms, and the internet, the problems that have come up that Mr. Knight referred to. There's a comment that's been made by parents about cohorts, maybe at AMS, that are very small and maybe could be collapsed into one, if that can be investigated. And I have to bring this up because I know the superintendent mentioned no more changes, but this is not a change, this is an addition, which is that I had requested both from the principal of the high school and also from the superintendent that you would come back to us and would provide some extracurricular activities, be it around mental health or be it around physical education or something for the high school kids, since they only have a 2-hour academy going now. And so I remember asking specifically about, could there be some other activities, given that there's only 2 hours and that the kids at the high school, there's a great need there, both academically and emotional, socially.
Madam Chair, can I address those questions rather quickly? I think that warrants a more detailed response, not one for tonight, but one I can have ready for Friday regarding the opt-in at the elementary school, ventilation, bathroom soap issues, along with classroom collapsing, whether or not the possibilities and why it is we can or cannot do that, along with updates on extracurricular activities, mental health, additional intervention and counseling session for our kids we identify most in need as related to learning mitigation and mental health issues. Those are all fair ask, and would like to provide a more detailed report this Friday, if that would work for you, Trustee Duran.
That's fine. If you could respond also to substitutes. Apparently, there was a substitute already needed for a teacher, and I'm wondering if you've come up with a magic answer for the substitute issue, which has always been a problem historically in all districts. So, you know, I understand that, but it's something that if we could come up with some possible options there.
Yeah, we're working on the substitute issues, and I can have an update for you ready for that on Friday. I think we have a glimpse of pretty good news. And so I'm getting pretty good with the substitute issue and walking on water a little better. So I'm getting pretty good. Thank you. But Trustee Duran, I look forward to giving you a more detail and a whole board around these issues that you raised tonight. So thank you.
Trustee Boyd.
Thank you. Trustee Duran hit a few of my items, so thank you for that. I won't bother to re-say them. I will just say on the size of the cohorts and some being smaller and larger and potentially either rebalancing those. Another possible suggestion would be either if cohorts are so small that both cohorts together are actually, and this is at the middle school, I'm not sure if I said that, both cohorts together are smaller than the max allowed in class at a time, if it might be possible to actually combine those so that students could have more in-person time, since if the cohorts really are that small, or potentially at least allow for students who could particularly use having more time on campus, whether it's potentially their interdistrict transfers, so it's a more difficult task to get to and from school for just the 2 hours at a time, or students who potentially are struggling academically, social, emotionally, both, if it could be looked at, since it does seem like, and then this is preliminary, this is the first week, Dr. Wells mentioned that there were more students today than there were yesterday, so of course don't know how that'll shake out, but if there is room in the classes, if we could potentially be, sort of maximizing within the rules that we've set, the number of students who can be there. And then also, I'm not sure how possible this is, but it is an item that was raised since the middle school schedule is such that students have the same classes in person or the same classes not in person, and there's no switching of those. If there might be a potential for, potentially like halfway through the school year or something like that, students who were green becoming gold and students who were gold becoming green. We have parents who are asking about, having like very few core classes be among the classes that you're ever in person for, and those sorts of things that, and I did speak with Principal Brill, and I understand that the scheduling is extremely difficult for various reasons, including the shared teachers among the high school and the middle school. So certainly understand that attempts were made to make the schedules as strong and as equitable as possible. But if there were a way to allow students to have the opportunity to, to have some of those classes that are currently always remote be in person, I know there are parents who would appreciate that. So would appreciate it if it could be looked into in some way.
Great. So I'm taking notes on what all these items are for a big update we're going to get sometime in the next few days. Trustee Davidson.
Just want to add to the big update that we're going to get, and I would love to just make sure or get a little more information on the paras. I know it said we'd hired 27 back, and then we heard that maybe some of those were only for a less time. I'd like to just make sure that we know that all of our students who need a para or support in a class are getting that for their time right now as we've made this transition.
Vice President Doss.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Trustee Boyd brought up something that I was going to mention in terms of interdistrict transfers, also students with special needs, and also maybe just students that might have situations that don't allow for their parents to drop them off and then pick them up 2 hours later. If there is a process in place or maybe some type of form that families could fill out in order to be approved to stay on campus for the complete time. Also, just to point out that there are some students that have a higher number. I think this was already stated, but I think it's important to just say that there are some students that have, because we're talking about things being like equal and equitable, there are some students that have more actual classes in person, and there are other students that have more. So for example, I could potentially have PE and choir in person and then have math and English remote, and then have PE and choir again in person, and then have, so my core classes are still remote, and then like have like kind of the PE and other stuff in person. Whereas some of the things that we were saying when we were kind of going over the plan and talking about getting kids back and really pushing for having them more in class time is because a lot of students need that in person for the actual core classes. And the way the schedule is set up now, there are a lot of students that are still doing those core classes via Zoom and doing like PE and choir on in person. So just something to think about. And then also kind of echoing what Trustee Boyd said about allowing for some students to be able to stay. I think we're talking about equity and things being equitable. That would then make it equitable, because if I live 3 blocks from the school, and we're thinking of, remember that picture that they always show where the kids are standing on the box, and some kids are standing on the box, but the one kid's really tall, and everybody's seen that picture, right? Allowing for a student who has to drive for 45 minutes to get to school in traffic, allowing them to stay the whole time makes it equal to the person who lives next door to President Hinckley, who can just walk to the middle school at 8:30 and then walk back home at 10:30. So something to think about if we're talking about making things equal for all students. Our marvelous counselor at the high school and my new favorite person, Shelley Ball, brought up a marvelous idea. Again, I lost the vote, so I was not going to say anything else about it. I was trying to follow the rules that the board put in place. Like, hey, Brian, when you lose a vote, let it go. I was like following along, but she brought it up. So because she brought it up, I'm going to mention it again. She had a marvelous idea where to have students, high school students, come in person and do their classes in person at the high school, being supervised by a staff member, but just having them, Zoom in the classrooms and having specific classes, and, kids can, opt into that. And so I'm hoping that that can be brought back to the board for us to take a look at. I think, I know that everybody has a lot of work on their plate, but I think in terms of this, time is of the essence, because we want to, if we can get that done, we want to make that possible for students to be able to take advantage of, and for families to, put things in place for us to be able to get the equipment necessary to make that happen. But it was a great idea. If you'd like the details on it, she presented it during the mental health presentation, but it was great. And I think that it could be beneficial for students to have that opportunity. So I'd like to have that put together and to see that sooner than later, so that students can take advantage of it. Thank you.
So we did at the last meeting provide direction for that idea to be pursued. In fact, it was something the board had directed before, that we do expand the number of hubs at the high school following the model like Ms. Paul described. So just to clarify, that isn't something that the board has ever rejected. In fact, we've asked several times for updates on making that happen. So, so that'll hopefully be part of the next big update that we get, which I don't think I'm going to read through the whole list of items, but I do have it all written down here. And if there are no other questions from the board, I'll move to the public comment. All right, Huffaker family.
Good evening. I, like many other parents, am very, very grateful for the past 2 weeks step towards reopening. This week is the best week we have had in our house since March 2020. We still have much to do for having a successful reopening for the fall, and I appreciate tonight's presentation laying out some of those things. I'd like for us to see a very, very specific list of tasks and deadlines. I realize that a reopening task force may be a useful tool for engaging the relevant stakeholders. However, this task force should be about how we reopen, not whether we reopen. We are already disregarding recommendations from the CDC that all schools from TK to 12 be open. We must move forward with a commitment to federal, state, and local guidance from health experts, rather than letting our own anxiety guide us. I'm concerned that 2 of the 3 scenarios mentioned distancing and stable groups. It is absolutely critical that any rules around distancing and stable groups are consistent with federal, state, and county guidelines. Our current MOU is not consistent with these guidelines. Similarly, I am concerned about plans mentioned for testing of students. Please consult public health experts around the problem with widespread asymptomatic testing in a low-risk population. Just as our educators request that we defer to their education expertise, AUSD must defer to scientists and public health experts when it comes to meeting public health requirements, including testing. Thank you all very much for all of your time and your work so far, and we look forward and are ready to help whenever and however we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Miriam.
Hi, I want to comment first on the use of the word learning loss mitigation. I beg my colleagues to please stop using this term. My students are not a disaster to be mitigated. And in fact, they've learned a lot of really important things about themselves and about the world in this time. And what's really most important is that we listen to our students about what they've learned, about what they're concerned about what they want to build on, and that we design programs that are responsive to their needs as we go forward. That does not mean treating them like a disaster, and it definitely doesn't mean a bunch of testing and then kill and drill to get them to some arbitrary levels. They need and they deserve a more personalized approach. And I also want to address the issue of process. I think the board is indicating tonight that they've learned exactly the wrong lesson about what the task force and process is about. At the high school level, the site council met numerous times to design the schedule that was presented to the board and then approved by the board, only to have the board prepared to reject and reverse themselves on that. You can't get people to work for free, as we did for hours and hours and hours, and then disregard what they're going to say. It's not the board's job to be going through the details of these things. And you can see the fallacy of that when you have parents calling you about which cohort is what size. That is the sort of stuff that should get resolved at the sites. That site decision-making process work we're designed for. And the board needs to stop the power play and that we're the boss and we get to tell you what to do kind of thing, and let the processes work at the sites. Give us the big picture of what you want and let us do the details. Otherwise, there's no point in joining the committee.
Thank you. Rachel.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I just wanted to, well, actually, what I keep thinking about is the saying of Ben Franklin, which is, failing to plan is planning to fail. And I think it is vitally important that while we look forward to a full reopening as normal as possible, that is heartening. I think the governor's message, the governor's message recently makes that much more possible and much more likely. That's very exciting, but that does not mean that we do not need to plan, because what are the odds that not one single student will come down with COVID? And we already know that if we don't set things up right, then it will be a mess. It'll be a mess, and it's a nightmare to try to undo. You heard the frustration of people trying to come up with plans to do it. And I think it's vitally important that we think strategically, particularly with middle and high school, about how we formulate the classes. While I think it's a fallacy that we can't create smaller groups, 8th grade and 7th grade, 6th grade is easy. 8th grade and 7th grade, pretty much everyone takes the same basic courses. And in high school, there are some ways to be strategic about scheduling, because we need to plan for the possibility that one kid gets COVID. We don't want to have to shut down the whole school and go back to Zoom. And that's what the planning that needs to be done. Not that we're not going to go back full time, but that we have a plan for this. We've learned that pandemics can happen. We need to be ready for what could happen. Hopefully it won't. But as a board, I think you need to have the details on that kind of a plan, because and we can't just have this grandiose idea of what we're thinking about. There need to be the plans of what happens, because it will happen, or most likely will. Thank you.
Thank you. Angela.
Hi, I'm a parent of a Marin kindergartner who has been thrilled to return to school, and so I just want to thank you all. I know I already have in emails. I'm really pleased that fall reopening planning is happening now. I just want to make sure that when you're talking about Option 5 for an outbreak. You're thinking about outbreak in a school would be a reason to shut down. I just wanted to remind and emphasize that schools that were open during the January and December surges that we had in other parts of the countries was shown to be safer in school for children than it was in the community. The rates of COVID transmission were lower in school. So I really want to make sure that when we're planning to shut down schools for outbreaks, we're really just shutting down, we're following public health guidance and not responding to community transmission rates. Thank you.
Thank you. Yolanda.
Hi, Dr. Wells, board members and community. This week has been another fantastic week. I want to thank the district, our teachers, the staff, and the school board for getting my 2 daughters back into the classroom where they belong. A new day has dawned for my daughters. I greatly appreciate Assistant Superintendent Williams' report and her diligence in planning for multiple scenarios. I'd like to take a moment, for us to pause and take a moment to reflect on our experience over the past year. As another parent mentioned, back in March, 13 months ago, we were able to move from fully open schools to closed schools in 1 day. However, it took us 6 months longer to reopen than neighboring public school districts. That was 6 more months of learning loss, 6 additional months of mental health impacts. Again, in addition to all the time every district in California had, we took 6 months longer to open, harming our kids. My point is that we are very slow at reopening and very fast at closing. Let's make sure our focus is on 100% full reopening to pre-COVID schedules for every single grade. We know we are good at pivoting to closing our school doors, should that be required by the California Department of Public Health. The lesson from the last year is that we are not good at reopening quickly, and I can't let my children lose another 6 months in the next academic year. Again, my daughters and I thank you all for getting them back in the classroom. We are overjoyed. Thank you.
Thank you. Angela.
Oh, I spoke already.
Oh, sorry. I thought, okay. Elijah.
Hi, hi, board. Thank you so much. My name is Shailaja Srinivasan. I am a parent of a Marin 2nd grader and a pediatrician. I want to thank Superintendent Wells and the board and principals, as well as all the teachers, for a fantastic 2 weeks of having returned to school. My son had a fabulous teacher and was had to change to another teacher as he pivoted to in-person learning. And while he was nervous for the first few days, he quickly adapted, as many kids do, and now is having a fabulous time. I think last year we were rushing to get out the door to get to school, and this year I have to tell my son asks me, is it time to go to school yet? Every 2 minutes from 8 o'clock, and I'm forced to have to make him sit down and say it's not time yet. As a pediatrician, I hope that the board is working to reopen all grades K to 12 for the fall, as public health guidelines dictate that they are safe to do so. I think that anything less than full opening will definitely be a disservice to our kids, and I do hope that we are planning to do so. Their evidence and the science suggests that it is absolutely safe, and the healthcare workers and scientists in the community are ready to stand and help and provide as much guidance and support as possible. So again, thank you so much to the board and to all our teachers.
Thank you. Dana.
Hi, my name is Dana. I am the mother of a 5th grader and a 7th grader. And my message is to the board, specifically about all of the comments regarding AMS. The AMS school opened yesterday, actually effectively today, because the Wi-Fi was down. I think the board needs to understand that coming to the meeting today with a very, very long list of changes on effectively day 1 is exactly why the community feels the board doesn't support the teachers. I know I've spoken about this before, but it is really sad. It's also why there's so much dissension in the community and why the ATA feels the need to get on the call. So I need you guys to please hear that you are hurting our teachers and you are hurting our community by spending yet another 40 minutes giving AMS all of the things that you want them to do on the same day that they opened. Let them do their jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily.
Hi, thank you. I wanted to say first, my daughters are in TK and they are thrilled to the high heavens to be in person. And I thank everyone for this. They're so happy and I'm happy for them. I do want to say also that I would implore the board to respect our administrators in this process. Please listen and let our district administrators at site levels and in the district office be the leaders in guiding us forward through the end of the school year and certainly through a robust reopening next year. I think that constant directives for change just are unfeasible to a certain extent and are disruptive for our students. And please, we have amazing leaders in this district. We have great teachers, we have great leadership, and please let us work together like we said at the beginning of this meeting we were going to do to make things better for the kids. But disruption and directive outside of educational leadership is harmful. Thank you.
Thank you. One last comment, JF.
Hi, I have a son at the middle school and I want to just say thank you to the board and administration and all the teachers for making middle school opening happen. He's thrilled and elated to be going to school and it's just completely changed his mood. It's just funny, I feel like there's such a difference in the way I'm hearing the questions of the board and how others that have just commented are hearing the questions, because what I'm hearing from the board are really pointed, respectful questions to try to help the process going forward be more productive and to be more inclusive. So I'm sorry that others don't see it that way. I really feel like it's very clear to me that the board is trying to be respectful of scheduling and figure out a way to give directives that don't create a problematic process. So, you know, perhaps there can be more clarity about what, you know, what administrators or what the teachers would want the board to consider for them to give direction, because I do think the board they are supposed to give direction and they are supposed to be the leaders. So I just want to say thank you for everything you've done so far to lead us to this reopening. I know it's not been a perfect process, but I hear that your questions right now are trying to get us to a better process, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. So this next comment will be our last one. We are running over and I want to make sure we spend plenty of time on the summer program. So this last one is Noah. Yep,
Hello.
Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Asaf and Noah's my wife. We have a first grader and a sixth grader. And I just wanted to very quickly, I'm not going to take the full 2 minutes, to say thank you to the board for asking these questions about reopening. Our two students are excited and elated to be in school. And when we hear the board advocating for as much in-person education as is afforded by public health and science, we appreciate you. We don't see it as anything against teachers. We see it as a collective effort to get our kids back in school in a healthy, safe way that does them, you know, benefits them in the best of ways. So thank you for all that you do, and Godspeed in planning for the fall.
Great, thank you. You can turn the timer off. Thank you. All right, board. So we have, we do need to move on to the summer school item. I do have a long list of things that we'll get updates on, including how things are going in our current reopening, and then the process for the fall. And we will certainly make sure to schedule in fall updates as they become pertinent. So last comment, Trustee Durant.
Thank you, thank you. I was just wondering if, I believe Dr. Trivedi is a attendee, and since she's part of our group in terms of, she's our epidemiologist, I was wondering if she has any words, given what she's heard tonight, about cohorts for the fall and physical distancing, et cetera, if she's able to speak.
I mean, I think that, so she was part of the reopening task force. I think I'll leave that to Superintendent Wells, but I think the goal tonight was to present that we're planning to reopen. We need help thinking through these scenarios, and she certainly will be part of the team thinking through those. I don't know if Superintendent Wells, you wanted to add anything.
I think Dr. Trivedi has been a great help, but I'm a bit concerned about bringing folks up who are not on the agenda and us being challenged, because either they'd be part of the presentation or they'd be on the agenda to have a spot to do a presentation and a Q&A. That's my only concern, because we, in the spirit of fairness, we had another trustee just this evening who wanted to bring someone up, and I shared the same thing with him, so that we don't bring in other agenda items that are not agendized, and that makes me a little nervous. But we can still meet Trustee Doran request at an upcoming meeting. And we do have Dr. Trivedi's recommendation that we are considering as well.
You know, if you say him, they automatically know it's me, Dr. Wells.
Oh, Trustee Vice President Doss, yes. And so, yes, and he can contest that he wanted to do the same thing that Trustee Doran is doing, and I said no because of the concern of non-agendized item being put on, done circumvently is not okay. That's all.
All right.
In response to that, President Hinckley, can we instead maybe have like a 10 or 15 minute, where she could, kind of speak to that the next time around or something, so that there's more preparation around it? Can we just make sure that we put that in the works?
Yeah, I mean, I'll defer to Superintendent Wells and Assistant Superintendent Williams next time they bring a discussion of the fall, if they feel they want to bring her as well to do a public health update. She is still on we are still contracting with her, so that's always a possibility. All right, so that concludes item 13-1. We now move on to review and discussion. We have one item, which is to discuss the AUSD summer programs.
This part is exciting, and because we're talking about an AUSD summer program, doing it differently because of all the needs and COVID-19 and all the challenges, and yet many opportunities that we have with some additional monies to address a number of our kids' needs. And doing the heavy lifting today will be facilitated chiefly by our Assistant Superintendent, Ms. Williams. And she have with her 2 colleagues she brought along, so it's a trio. And she will tell you about the trio momentarily. At this time, I hand that baton over to Ms. Williams.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Wells, I said, and good evening again, board and community. As Dr. Wells said, I'm really very excited to be co-presenting this item tonight around our AUSD summer programs. Joining me this evening are the Director of Special Education, Dr. Cynthia Ortiz-Front, and then also our summer school principal, Michelle Lau Sign. So we have just a brief presentation for you, and then would welcome any questions and board discussion. So we're going to start just with a little sort of history of summer programming in the district. So typically we've served, I would say, approximately 100 students in our summer school programs. We've offered high school credit recovery that have focused mainly on English and social studies. We've offered an English Learner Summer Bridge program. This program was chiefly offered to students in elementary grades that were going to be moving to 4th grade and or 5th grade. And this was a program to support them, students specifically that were identified as at risk of becoming long-term English learners. So these are students who spend an extended period of time in the English learner program without being reclassified. So that was the focus of our English learner program. That was a fairly small program, about maybe 20 students. We have offered an extended school year program for students as identified through their IEPs. And then just a few years ago, we started offering a Hispanic Latinx and then also a Black African American summer bridge. So this program was really sort of like a one-day sort of affair where students were on campus for a brief amount of time, and Ms. Lausheim is going to talk about that. But this was sort of the extent of our summer programming pre-COVID. And there were sort of conversations along the way about sort of different possibilities for expanding. For example, what if we offered mathematics at the high school? Or, would there be an opportunity for secondary students to participate in the English Learner Summer Bridge? So here we find ourselves with an opportunity to do something quite a bit different. And so our goals for AUSD summer programs in 2021 are to provide in-person academic enrichment and intervention. And we're using this phraseology really intentionally, and Mrs. Lausheim is going to talk about that, to address COVID-19 related learning gaps. Another of our goals is to scale our summer programming to include students in grades TK through 12. Typically, our high school credit recovery was offered primarily to seniors and then to some juniors. And again, that ELD summer program was offered primarily to students in elementary grades. So as we're thinking about it this year, we're thinking about offering summer programming to sort of all of the grades of our students, not all of the students in all of the grades, but opening the opportunities up to all of the grades TK through 12. As we were sort of in conversation, Ms. Lausheim, Dr. Ortiz-Front, and myself, an idea sort of emerged that we're excited to talk about this evening. And this is around sort of providing supplemental programming for students with disabilities and our English learners. So you're going to hear a little bit about that. And then also, right, we recognize this really big need to infuse and integrate social, emotional, and mental health program support program-wide. And so, thinking about and working in conjunction with our Executive Director of Student Services, how we do that, how we ensure that sort of in all of the programming, there is a through line of social, emotional, and mental health support. And then finally, retaining our own district staff to the maximum extent possible and being able to offer high quality instructional programs. And this is where we really tip our hat to our Chief Human Resources official, Marina Gonzalez, who works very hard to ensure that all of our programs are adequately staffed. But in the case of summer school, has really been supportive in terms of posting and refreshing posting and ensuring that our postings out in the community are at the top of folks' lists. We recognize that we are not the only district that is planning to use summer programming as a way to support students coming out of this pandemic. And so we recognize we have to be competitive and we have to be aggressive. And so we really thank our Chief Human Resources official, Ms. Gonzalez, for doing that on our behalf. There was a request, so this is a new slide that wasn't in the presentation. There was a request to sort of synthesize and or summarize some of the information that was presented around our mid-year student metrics, particularly as they related to FastBridge and failing grades at the middle school and high school. And so here I've presented just a one slide synthesis for you. And so here you see divided by grade level. So we administer FastBridge assessments we administered in the fall, and then also we've administered one time in the spring. We receive results in reading and mathematics. So what you see here is that in our K through 5 grades, and in fact it was students 2 through 5 that took FastBridge assessments, there are 142 students who were identified as some risk or high risk. And there were 144 students identified as high risk, some risk. So when I went and looked at where the crossover was for those students, there were 180 students total. Then you'll see at AMS, 70 students identified as some and high risk for reading, 61 some and high for math, and that's a total of 115 students. And so that's because some students were receiving a score of some or high risk in both in both reading and mathematics. And then at the high school, 51 students identified at some or high risk in reading, 46 at some or high risk in math, and a total of 66 students. So again, these numbers in reading and math, some of those numbers are the same students. Then we were also asked to refresh memories around the failing grades. And so you see here at AMS, and this is just pulled from the presentation we made last week, 42 students at AMS received an F in the fall in English, 35 received an F in math, AHS, 25 students received an F failing grade in English, and 39 received an F in mathematics. So that's information that I was asked to provide there, just I think to provide a context, but we also are going to talk about the other ways that we are looking at identifying students to participate in the program. So just program logistics, we're looking at offering 20 days of program for students. So June 18th through July the 16th, Monday to Friday, no school on July the 5th. We're going to talk a little bit more about sort of the timing here of a sort of a morning session of 8:30 to 11:30 and then an afternoon session of 12:30 to 3:30. So you'll hear about sort of how that timing becomes important for these supplemental programs that we are hoping to offer for students through our summer programming. In terms of location, we'll be housed at the middle school and annex. And then we will, because we are offering a 100% in-person program, we will be requiring face coverings, physical distancing, stable groups, and frequent hand washing. And as I said before, we're really excited that Michelle Lausheim will be our summer school principal. And I think I'm going to talk about student identification and recruitment, and then I'm going to hand it off to Principal Lausheim. So in thinking about sort of prioritizing students for participation, we recognize that there are a great range of needs. We recognize that we want to prioritize and maximize the resources that we have to serve as many students as possible. So we're looking at students identified as unduplicated, so students who are free and reduced lunch eligible, students who are identified as economically disadvantaged and or as English learners. These are our unduplicated student populations. At the high school, students who are credit deficient, typically and historically, we have really focused our attentions on our upperclassmen, but this year we're really thinking about students in all grades who may find themselves credit deficient. And then for our students at the middle school, thinking again about students who earn Ds or Fs. Students receiving special education services, both for the purposes of ESY, which Dr. Ortiz will talk about, but then also thinking about our students who receive resource services. You know, I think it's in our conversations as we've been moving forward, this question has come up about summer school. Well, does that include the resource students? Well, does that include the resource students? And my answer is, you know, by default, we include our resource students. So we certainly want to make it clear to folks that we are thinking of all of our AUSD students as eligible to be identified and participate in these programs. Thinking about our elementary students who currently receive a range of intervention services, and then thinking about students recommended by school site based on attendance report card, local assessment results, i.e. these FastBridge results that I just gave you a summary of. So that's quite an expansive list. And, you know, as we start to sort of identify names of students, we anticipate that, you know, we will arrive at some number of students who maybe fit multiple of these categories that we will be serving in summer school. So this is how we are thinking about identifying and recruiting students. And next, I am going to invite Ms. Lausheim to talk through how we are thinking right now about our AUSD summer program offerings. And Ms. Lausheim, I'm happy to advance the slides for you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for letting me come and present. I'm very excited to have this as my first year working with the summer school program, and very excited because we've been looking at kind of the traditional program and looking at what we can do to expand that. So I'm very happy to work with Ms. Williams, Ms. Ortiz Front, and also Ms. Gonzalez at HR in making this possible. So we've been meeting and planning and just looking at what we have traditionally offered and looking at how we can improve on that and to add new parts of that program. And so one of our first planning meetings we had was we actually met with site leaders, the administration from the elementary school, the middle school, and the high school to just get a feel for what are their needs, what are they hoping for in a summer program. And so through those conversations and through our meetings, we've been kind of putting together, looking at what we can add. So academic enrichment and intervention are some things we want to add, especially towards the elementary and the middle school age, but trying to include that in all grade levels. Looking at specialized academic instruction, we do see all our AUSD students as a general education population, but we also want to specify how we can help and support our special education students who have resource or IEPs. And we also are just looking at additional programs like a mathematics summer bridge that the math department at the high school has been putting together and supporting the kind of summer bridge that we've had from Miss Azelstein at the high school. She's traditionally done the Hispanic Latinx welcoming to inter-district transfers and also new families in August. And we are also going to add a Black African American summer bridge as well by Miss Combs at the high school. So looking at the high school, traditionally it's been credit recovery, mainly for English and for the US history, government econ classes. And so in previous years, it's just that credit recovery focus for graduation and keeping on track in graduation. But this year we're looking to expand, including math, an elective credit and science based on staffing. But we really want to look at students who are credit deficient or identified as high risk or from FastBridge. And so we're looking at working with the administration, the counselors to also help identify these individuals, but we will have a morning session from 8:30 to 11:30, and then a second afternoon session based on what classes we can offer and staffing. And I've been working at the high school to identify what are the needs, what needed classes we can offer during the summer. And the next slide. So at the elementary enrichment and intervention, I really want to stress that when we were talking to the elementary principals, that we wanted to infuse enrichment with intervention. We didn't want them in separate groups. We've actually want a kind of inclusion model where everybody gets to participate. Everybody can improve on reading, writing, and mathematics while also having fun, introducing more STEM project-based learning that we can have, and also social emotional skills. And this would be targeted in a morning program, and students that are identified at risk or intervention, students that have had intervention, students that have been identified through the FastBridge or also recommended by the site teachers or admin. We will basically use that to kind of look at who are our population we will be inviting. And at the middle school, we are looking at a morning session where we can offer programs, English, mathematics, science, study skills. So not just academic support, but we also want to include some enrichment and some social emotional programming through Project Base. And again, who we're targeting is students identified as unduplicated, those who receive D's and F's, those who are high risk or some risk with FastBridge, and also identified through counselors and the administration at the middle school. And I'm gonna leave this to Miss Cynthia Ortiz-Brunt.
Thank you, Mrs. Lausheim. Good evening to everyone. I first want to say that as Superintendent Wells said, this summer will be done differently. The services offered are designed to support students due to the impact of distance learning. These are proactive supports because we know students need it, and we know that kids need both academic and social emotional. So this is a program that's proactively going to be put in place to support our students. So extended school year, we will have 2 tracks. So typically, extended school year is offered for 4 hours a day. And extended school year students are typically it's part of their IEP that they will be attending extended school year due to the needs that they have. It could be in all of the areas. It could be in one area, for example, it could be just in speech, or it could be in speech, and it could be in SAI. It really is very individualized. So one track would be an extended school year that would be a 4-hour program like the traditional program. And of course, transportation would be provided. And if those students decide that 4 hours is what they want to do, then parents and families and IEP teams and everyone can work together to make that happen. But we also want to include a robust program that's going to have flexibility and choice as well. And what that means is providing potential for students. And for example, for students who have IEPs, we want choices for consideration with that. So we would have availability. If a student needs SAI, then there would be the ability for our ESY students to go into our afternoon program. And that means they might choose a 3-hour option. And that would be 8:30 to 11:30, some social emotional time in the interim between that. And that could be in the form of not just their lunchtime, but other social emotional time that they may want to spend with their peers. Due to distance learning, there have been great losses, and we want to absolutely target that. And the 12:30 to 3:30 program is going to be comprised of a variety of students, and we want our ESY students to have the option to attend that program if they would like to as well. And that would be a variety of offerings, social, emotional, as well as academic, sport, other activities that would be enrich the student, would be robust, and most important, would allow for that impact of distance learning to be supported by being in person. So this is being formulated right now. Staffing is being created with consideration for those students who may need SAI. So that means looking at possibly having resource teachers as well as other teachers to support the academic, and looking at mental health personnel to support the social emotional needs for all of our students. And that would be elementary, high school, middle school. But I do want to talk about our other populations that are not on here. We're going to have an ESY program, of course, for our preschool students. And we are also looking at how we can open up our transition program, which is our 18 to 22-year-old program that has not been in person and definitely has been impacted by the inability to be in person and be distance learning only. So I don't want to leave out those two very important populations, although they're not listed on the slide.
And also for the English language learners, again, kind of going back to the idea of flexibility and options, this would be a PM program. So any EL student could partake in the other programs in the morning as well. But what English language summer bridge would look like would be honing on these reading and writing, speaking, listening, and study skills that could help them prepare. So we're talking about rising 4th, 5th, 6th, and 9th grade students. And some new additions for summer school this year with the help of the math department at the high school. In August, we are planning to have kind of a first mathematics summer bridge for inter-district transfer students and also any new student from the a non-Albany middle school, because Albany High uses a CPM math. And so one of the things this bridge program would be is to focus on the introduction to the CPM mathematics course and acclimate them and prepare them as they go into the school year at the high school. And I mentioned before the Hispanic, Latinx, and Black African American Summer Bridge. This is done right before the beginning of the school year. So in August, we have 2 teachers that will host and invite students, inter-district transfers and incoming freshmen that are identified in these 2 groups, in which they are inviting the student and the family to acclimate to the school, have a school tour, get an orientation, be able to have a panel discussion or ask questions, and also an opportunity to meet their community. And so one of the big things that we anticipate for the future and when the pandemic is eased up is we want to have a barbecue at Memorial Park in which they have an opportunity to meet each other in the community. But we do have plans this August for just to make sure we have some bridge for these new students.
So I want to touch on just a few things as we sort of talk about cost and then also next steps. So in terms of cost, we recognize, right, that this is going to be a greatly expanded program. We also recognize that because we are seeking to attract our own staff to provide the teaching and instruction in our program, right, that we want to make the compensation attractive. Our teachers have certainly had a very busy and arduous year, and so we want our summer program to continue to be staffed by our high quality AUSD staff to the greatest extent possible. I put a note here that the costs will be supported by the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant. So the reason this is coming to you this evening as a review and discussion item is that you'll see on the next slide, there's a requirement that our Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant be board approved by June the 1st. So you know, we're presenting this information this evening. There's a requirement that we get input, which we will do, and then this will come back to you for approval prior to on or by June the 1st. So we recognize that there will be increased costs for certificated and classified staffing, but we are also recognizing that we will continue to offer our no-cost summer feeding program, and we will use the funds that have been previously allocated for transportation for our ESY students, and we anticipate an increase in cost in terms of materials and supplies. So I want to talk a little bit about next steps, and then I want to sort of answer a question that was asked by one of our board members about the numbers of students. And so in terms of staff recruitment, this is an ongoing effort. As I said, our Chief Human Resources official is refreshing our postings, is sending these postings out to our staff. I believe we have some good number of staff that Principal Lau Syme will be interviewing next week. And I believe that Dr. Ortiz Front has already begun interviewing. And so our plan is that after the spring break is concluded, we meet every Tuesday as just sort of to plan and stay on track with one another. And so when we meet at the Tuesday after spring break, at that point, then we'll be able to sort of get really specific about program offerings and then also sort of know the total number of students that we will be able to serve. So this question was posed, how many students are you anticipating? And I think we want to serve as many students as staffing will allow in as optimum a situation as possible. And so, the number that I am sort of speaking into the universe is 350. And if we have the staffing to match that, we'd be happy to do that. And if we have staffing that allows us to serve more students, we will. So I think we're sort of thinking of, sort of not a ceiling, but, thinking about sort of as we are planning for this expansive program, sort of what is the minimum number we think we might serve and how might we, attract enough staff and have enough facility space to be able to serve more students. We will continue to share the planning as this goes forward. And at some point soon, we will be gathering input on this summer program plan. It is a requirement of this Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant. I know some districts are combining it with LCAP input sessions, and we've received some recommendation that we really make these conversations quite separate because they are separate. So we're going to think of ways to maximize the time that we have with folks over the next few weeks, talking about the local control and accountability plan, to also check in with them about the summer program plan. And then our goal in terms of recruitment of students is then when we return from spring break, the Tuesday, we're going to be identifying, sort of really building out the programs and the schedules. And then our goal is that by the end of that week, we will be sending out invitations to students. So we recognize that folks are beginning to make their summer plans, whatever they may be. And so we want to be able to attract and retain our students before they have made their plans to go to places hither and yon. While I think that's wonderful too, we want to be able to attract as many students to participate in the program. The other thing I just wanted to say is that, we're trying, I think, with this program planning to be sort of as flexible as possible. So, some of the slides, you saw a slide, for example, about ELD Summer Bridge that talks about sort of that being an afternoon program. And I think we're sort of thinking of, really being able to use both halves of the day, both the morning and the afternoon session, sort of flexibly and interchangeably. So, maybe we can offer 2 sections of ELD Summer Bridge, and maybe one's in the morning and one's in the afternoon. I really think that we're sort of entering this conversation and this planning, so trying to be as open and as flexible as possible. I think we feel really good about sort of the programs that we plan to offer, sort of the what piece of it, but I think the how we sort of want to maintain some level of flexibility as sort of we identify who the staff would be that would participate in the program, and then also who the students would be, and how best to sort of serve them. And then I think the last thing that I wanted to say was sort of going back to this question of this logistics slide. And I just wanted to sort of quickly touch on sort of how we arrived at the time and the number of days. And I just wanted to communicate here that for our students, because typically this program has centered around students needing credit recovery, particularly our high school seniors, at risk for not graduating. There is California Code of Regulations language that states that we have to provide 60 hours of instruction for students to receive 5 credits. And so that's why you see the time broken out as it is, because this allows, let's say, in our sort of pre-COVID summer programming, this would allow if a student needed 5 credits of something and 5 credits of something else to be able to accomplish the 60 hours of credit time and the 60 hours of credit time in the morning and the afternoon. So these times that we selected and the number of days that we selected were not arbitrary, but really we're building off the need to ensure that we offered enough seat time for students, particularly around earning the credit piece at the high school. And again, though, I think, we recognize that, there is some flexibility within this planning, but this is what we are bringing forward at this time. I really just want to say right now that I appreciate so much Michelle Lau-Syme and Dr. Cynthia Ortiz-Sprent's efforts in sort of co-planning, and look forward to what this summer program would offer. And so now this would conclude the presentation, and I would invite board discussion and or questions, and I'm going to stop sharing.
Great, thank you. Student trustee Mala.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I had a question about specifically asking the students to join the summer program. How different from credit recovery to the other programs, are some students, you kind of framed it as they would, be offered that this is a possibility? Is it not mandatory for their credit? And how does that differ between programs?
Yeah, so at the I would say at the high school, there would be, I don't know if I'd use the word mandatory. I'd say for students who are at risk of not graduating, we would, be heavily recruiting those students, right? Students who maybe reach the end of their 12th grade year and have not earned the 220 credits to graduate. And we have an opportunity to provide them with those classes to help them to graduate, right? We're not mandated, and students certainly would not be required. But I think that we're thinking of this more as this is an opportunity for you to participate in enrichment and intervention activities during the summer. And so we are making an earnest invitation, but I wouldn't say that any of these programs are mandated. I mean, I think we can still sort of, use, strong, friendly language to recruit students, but in terms of sort of, there wouldn't be a line that said you are required or you have been mandated to participate. No.
Thank you.
Vice President Dodd.
Oh yeah, I just had a question. A couple of questions. One, the program that we talked about for the where they would do a tour for the students and just provide an opportunity for them to become familiar with the campus. I just wanted to know how I could participate in that. It sounds awesome, and I think it will be it's a great opportunity to meet the students and their families, and I just wanted to be a part of that because it sounds great. So that was my first thing. And then the other question I had around the summer school is when this is brought back for us to be able to, as a review and action, are you going to plug in like more of the numbers and the details around like how much it's going to cost? And do we have any like wiggle room as far as the cost, or I know that it might be a task to like for recruitment purposes. So, is it like a set amount that is paid, or do we have like just, are we able to make changes to that, offer more, things like that? So those are my questions around that.
I would say in response to your first question, yes, thank you. That would be great to have you participate. And I would say in response to your second question, we have really been thinking about this planning with a lens on meeting the needs of as many students as possible. And we recognize that the costs for offering summer school in the way that we are thinking about it is greatly increased from previous years. But we also know that we have funds available through the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant to be able to offer this program. And so I would say, at the risk of, and her camera's off, so I'm going to say this maybe hoping she stepped away. I think that on the program side, we think about how to offer the best program possible. And then we trust our outstanding CBO, Ms. Kim, to figure out how to pay for it. And so I think, we're not, and typically I think we don't plan like that because that's not always prudent. But oh, there she is. But I think that we're thinking, first and foremost about how to offer the most robust program to meet the needs of as many students as possible. I think that's why I even sort of hesitate to give a number about how many students we might serve, because we want to serve as many students as possible. And I think, we recognize, for example, recruiting staff this year looks quite a bit different in terms of the compensation, but we really think it's worth it to have our own teachers supporting our students. And in previous years, we've had all kinds of difficulty recruiting any teachers to teach credit recovery at the secondary level. So we know that this investment in our students this summer is worth it, and we're confident that we will be able to fund this program this summer. And yes, I would say when we come back in June, we will have sort of some of the details for you about the actual costs.
Thank you.
Trustee Durham.
Okay, I have a few questions. First, I'd like to comment that this is a very ambitious summer program. So congratulations for your creative thinking around this, and how do we get our kids, you know, here during the summer, and also inviting the faculties to come and teach. So it's all exciting and some really thoughtful thinking here. I wanted to ask maybe more specifics around what you're thinking about. And once again, I know it's all very tentative, but class sizes, given that my hope is that given the fast bridge assessments, that some of the work is going to be very individualized for some of the kids. And how are you going to address that? I mean, how would you address that? I did ask the question in my questions about curriculum. What kind of curriculum will you offer first at the elementary level that would really address those assessments? Because what's the point of us doing assessments if we're not going to then go and work on those areas that you know show up in the kids' records in terms of what they need? So what kind of curriculum do you anticipate doing, first of all, at the elementary? And then I know in secondary, even in middle school, you indicated it was more for failing grades, and your response to me was the AUSD curriculum. So is it going to be real different then for the secondary kids, in as much as they're going to get the curriculum sort of similar to what they should have gotten on Zoom and been able to pass? Or are you going to be doing it same curriculum, but maybe different instructional strategies? That kind of thing. And then the third one was in your invitations to all these kids and their families, just like the opt-in needs to be in different languages. I know that was an issue for the Latino kids in particular. The families did not respond at the middle school so much. And I think once again, you did with some of the earlier surveys, do them in different languages, multiple languages, but I don't think for the latest round, and certainly in any opt-ins, we need to do those in multiple languages, and same for summer school then.
Yeah, 3 really great questions that I'm happy to respond to. I'd say in terms of class size, right, one of the things we pride ourselves on as a district is maintaining low class size. And so we don't have any intention of stacking these classes in order to serve kids in summer school, right? So if you were to ask me to give you a number, I mean, I don't know, I would say, 20 to 24 students, I think would sort of be appropriate. I think, we can think about how to make adjustments for that for sort of the younger learners versus sort of as students get older, right? You might be able to get sort of a few more students in the classroom at high school, just because sort of maybe some of the learning needs are different. But I think we definitely are thinking about sort of as a feature of the program, keeping class sizes as low as possible, which is why it's so important that we recruit so aggressively to get teachers to be able to keep class sizes low. The second thing you asked about was curriculum. And I think that's sort of tied to this recruitment piece, because I think, we are really interested in having our teachers who have taught this year, particularly at the elementary, but at all grades, who sort of know sort of where the gaps have been for students to then sort of come in and use their expertise, right? This is where our teachers are really bar none. And so this is why we really want our AUSD teachers providing the instruction in the summer programs. We have some really great curriculum that is available, board adopted curriculum that teachers have access to. And I think this is where we say to our teachers that are teaching in the program, you do what you do best, which is provide like outstanding quality teaching and learning for students. And so, we over the course of this year, we're able to bring on board other sort of learning resources and tools that I think we would sort of also use. I think we don't want to, and I know that we have sort of some feelings about sort of Zoom fatigue, let's call it, right? But I think that from my perspective, one of the elements of this experience that was really beneficial for us was that it sort of gave us an opportunity to explore using educational technology tools to support instruction. And so I think there's a really great opportunity to sort of be able to leverage sort of the learning that our teachers have done around sort of using ed tech tools to really maximize the experience. But I think I would say to that curriculum question, we're gonna hire the best teachers that we have, and we're gonna let them have at it. I would also say in relationship to the FastBridge assessment results. So the results that were shared with you were very high level, 50,000 foot view, right? And even that was sort of, you know, many slides of information. But when the teachers administer these assessments, they do have the ability to really sort of hone in on different skills and really then sort of target the instruction. And so, you know, Dr. Ortiz-Front and I were talking today. I think we sort of had the same thought at different times about sort of a pre-assessment and then a post-assessment for summer school, right? So that we had some way to sort of measure the growth that students had made over the course of the 6 weeks. And then the last thing I would say, you asked about translation. So yes, this spring, we partnered with a company called Language Line who offers phone translation, but they also offer translation of documents. They have like a 3-day turnaround. So in cases then where we had a quick need to get something out, let's say the next day, we don't always sort of have the ability to reach out to somebody. We have a couple really great staff members, one who speaks Spanish and one who speaks Mandarin, that if I can get them sort of a version, you know, at 1 o'clock in the morning, they can get it back to me by 9, but we can't always sort of count on that. But in this case, I would say absolutely, we would use the services that are available to us because we have a little bit of time to ensure that those documents are translated and that information provided to our families in their primary language. And I think those were your questions. Thank you.
Trustee Davidson.
Thank you so much. This is really exciting. My one quick question is, looking at next steps, and I see the board approval of expanded learning opportunities grant planned by June 1st. So I'm assuming that really what you need from us is we're waiting for that date to approve. That's just what's being spent on this, or is that when we see more of the overall plan? Just wondering what else you need from us and what next steps we should be considering.
Yeah, I think in terms of what we've presented today, I think we would have an interest sort of just in your general feedback, and what you're going to get on or before June the 1st is sort of this plan built out more maybe in terms of sort of how many staff we hired, how many students have been assigned to classes, right? So that's what's going to sort of be layered on. And then we're going to bring you the balance sheet. And then that's the piece that you are going to approve on or before the 1st is sort of there's a template for the grant that asks us, you know, who did you talk to and how did you talk to them? So we will complete that grant application, and that's what will come to you on or before the 1st. And then probably this presentation will come back just sort of as a reference point, but we won't be running through the presentation again. We'll be at that point presenting the plan in the template as required by CDE.
Did you have another question, Tris? Okay. Great. I'm going to move to our public comment. We have one. I think this is Cheryl.
Thank you for now recognizing our logo. I appreciate it. Good evening. And I just really want to appreciate all the hard work in the midst of trying to get schools open, planning for the fall. You also stopped and did this. So thank you so much. I just have a couple of questions. First, I want to clarify for people who are listening, because special education is so full of acronyms, that SAI refers to specialized academic instruction. That's the instruction that a student gets that helps differentiate their learning or individualize their learning so that they can meet their IEP goals. So when Dr. Ortiz-Front was using that term, I just wanted to let people know that. Secondly, can you just clarify, and you can answer when I'm done with all 3 questions, is this all in person or is this Zoom learning? Because I couldn't quite tell and maybe I missed something. And then finally, I just want to point to the fact that the collaboration between the 3 of you is so, so important. Thank you, because as you know, a lot of us have been concerned about the siloing of special education. I just want to point out that in the past, you know, there's been concern that special education is somehow supposed to be the social emotional side of the house. And the curriculum and instruction part is done through general ed, and really just encourage you to please keep moving in this direction of integrating the two. And on that note, to make sure that we have the paras that we need. One of the big losses for our students with disabilities this year has been the loss of inclusion time, least restrictive environment. So this opportunity for kids to be in a resource program and participate, not just a resource program, but in the gen ed program, they're going to need their paras. They're going to need all the support in their IEP in order to do that. And I want to make sure we have all of that in place in terms of these staffing models too. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm hearing someone else talk while I talk. So just to answer the caller's first question, this is an in-person program, not a remote program. All right, Sarah.
Hi, good evening. This is Sarah Haller. I'm a resource teacher at the elementary level. I wanted to call in tonight to thank district leadership for putting together these robust plans. But I did have a couple of additional questions, which I'm sure, are just part of the planning process, and these will come to light. But speaking from a staffing perspective and having heard Director Williams' desire to retain as many AUSD staff as possible, I wanted to just mention that given that these summer programs are so different than anything we've ever offered in the past, I think from a recruitment perspective, it's going to be really important for teachers to understand what it is they're being asked to do. Will, for example, having listened this evening, I wasn't sure whether an elementary position would be a self-contained 3-hour program whereby one classroom teacher would stay with one group of students for all 3 hours, and whether they would be solely responsible for designing the way in which they spent those 3 hours, be it some of the time in one particular subject, some of the time in another, that sort of thing. And then I also wanted to understand a little bit more about what Dr. Ortiz-Front was speaking about regarding the specialized academic instruction and students who maybe are in special education, but not typically those that have historically received extended school year ESY programming, maybe students in resource programs who maybe have never received that sort of service on their IEP. So how would those students be incorporated into these plans? And I love that I heard that, of course, these students are general ed students first, and that any and all general ed opportunities would be made available to them. But I did see them specifically called out as a prioritization group on some of the first slides, which laid out which students are being targeted. So I'm curious if we can learn more details about that as well. And I would also, just one last point, like to urge leadership to consult the teachers who are expressing interest to help develop some of these plans and answer the questions that folks have. Thank you.
Thank you. Jody, I think we lost our timer.
Hi, should I go or wait for the timer? Go.
You should go.
All right, great. Hi, this is Jody Alperstein. I'm a parent of an 8th grader at AMS who splits his time between general ed and the SDC. And so I want to just say that I appreciate so much that you're working on this program for the summer. I do have some questions though, and I'm curious whether the ESY program, will there be any real focus on academics using evidence-based teaching methods and interventions for reading and math? My experience in the past with AMS ESY has basically been set up at maybe a kindergarten to 2nd grade level, doing art projects, not doing any academics at all, and no learning happening. And so I'm a little concerned. And I mean, this whole year, there's been no focus at all and no work on goals. Nothing's been individualized. And I actually get to see it all year because it's all been remote. So I'm just a little concerned. We say we're working towards people's individual plans and that they're getting individual instruction, but it's not actually what's happening in the real world for our kids. And so I'm hopeful that that will be different in the summer. I'm concerned that the teachers won't have time to read the IEPs. I'm concerned that there won't be teachers to teach, especially for special ed at AMS, given that all 4 teachers will be gone at the end of the year, so I'm not sure who you're going to recruit from. So yeah, I have a lot of questions. I do appreciate that you're working on it. I do appreciate you don't have all the answers yet. But I think there's some big problems ahead, and I hope that you are able to figure it out and let us all know. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie.
Hi, this is Ben Wallace on my wife Julie's computer. And yeah, thank you. I want to echo what both Cheryl and Jody were saying. I also greatly appreciate the vision and the planning for an ambitious and robust summer program. And very hopeful for what you can pull together. I also want to echo what Jody was saying, that, you know, there's really going to have to be great effort to make sure the resources are there, the time is given to the teachers. In our personal experience, for our son, when he's gone to ESY in the, you know, prior to the pandemic, there was little evidence of pre-planning. The class did seem kind of just like a grab bag of students with very little curriculum. And, you know, just from the outside, it just was hard to see that there was a whole lot of academic instruction going on. It didn't seem like there was much attention at all to individualizing the summer program to Zachary's needs, and made us wonder whether it was being individualized to anyone's needs. And so I think this is a great opportunity to kind of strike out in a new direction. It's fantastic to see the energy and thought going into it. And, you know, I would echo what Cheryl was saying, that, you know, when you're planning for a complex reopening in the fall, it's really gratifying to see you also thinking about these needs of these kids during the summer. And we're very hopeful to see a very new and different kind of ESY program in Albany. Thank you.
Thank you. So just, oh, that's the same person. Just to flag the couple of items that I think may be helpful for us to get some more detail on in between now and when we approve it, is just some of that elaboration about how the curriculum and approach will be developed differently from previous years. I'm sure that will evolve as you're developing these ideas and building up the staffing. I had just one question, which was, and this can come back as part of the proposal, but just, I assume there's also some sort of umbrella staff, for example, having someone from mental health on site, you know, because we have enough kids that it becomes sort of more like a school, that there's an infrastructure of other staff, some of which I think you mentioned, but I think having that sort of full picture will be helpful, especially since, you know, some of these kids won't have been in a classroom or been around other kids for 16 months at that point. And so we may also anticipate a different set of social and emotional dynamics than in a normal program. So even aside from the specialized, you know, classes that are focusing on that, I would just be interested to hear what the sort of plan is to run it as a community with all of that safety support. Are there any other items, board, that you want to make sure are elaborated, or questions that you have before this comes back to us as a much more fleshed out proposal? Or are there any other things you need direction from us on? Less direction.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I think we captured all the questions and feedback, and we will continue headed in the direction that was pointed out, and we come back with some more details in terms of the cost, staffing, and classroom size and things of that sort.
Great. Thank you so much. It is really exciting to have something to look forward to that's really creative and enriching, and, ambitious. So thank you for working on all of that. So we'll now move on to our review and action items. And I think we can probably do one of them before we need to vote to extend the meeting. So we'll move to the first one, which is 15-1, the fiscal year 2019-20 audit report.
Thank you, President Hinckley. Okay. So the board is required to review and take an action on a district's annual audited financial statement. And the audit firm Christie White Associate performed 2019-20 audit services and prepared the audit report. So Michael Ash with the Christie White, he's here this evening to present the audit report and answer any questions. And now I'm turning this over to Michael Ash.
Well, good evening. Thank you very much, Jackie, and thank you to the board for inviting me to your meeting this evening. I'm going to share my screen. I have a presentation to walk through. It's very brief, and then I do want to answer any questions that you might have. So again, this is the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2020 audit. And let me tell you, this was an audit season like no other. Normally this audit is due to the state December 15th, and then has to be presented to the board January 31st. Of course, because of COVID, they gave everyone a blanket extension through March 31st. And I'm telling you, we needed every day of that for not just this district, but for a lot of our school districts. So I really want to thank Jackie and her team. You can imagine a normal audit, we're visiting the district at least twice a year. We're visiting the school sites in person, and we're in a conference room, and the district can just hand us things. And so this year, trying to do the entire audit remotely, Jackie and her team would have to upload document after document. In an audit, there's so many documents that, you have support for all your, expenditures and just multi-page documents. So I really want to thank Jackie and her team for giving us what we needed and helping us get through the audit. I'm sure that the value of Jackie being a CPA. It's very rare in school business from the firms from the districts that I work with. I don't think I work with hardly any CPAs. So unfortunately, in the California school business community, there's not a lot of CPAs. So it's very rare to have. So you're very fortunate to have Jackie in that position. So I'm just going to go through a few slides, and then I'm going to answer any questions that you might have. So this is just a brief description of the audit report, and it can be confusing sometimes of what is the district responsibility and what is the auditor's responsibility. So on the district side, the district has to establish the internal controls. We can't tell management what internal controls to put in there. The district has to based on the size and based on the people that they have, establish those internal controls. Because if you don't have internal controls, there's a risk that errors can happen, that theft can occur, and all kinds of bad things. These are the district's financial statements too. A lot of people think that they're the auditor's financial statements. We have our letterheads, all over them, but it's the district's financial statements. We assist the district in putting them together because we do quite a few school district and school district audits throughout the state, so we know all the information that has to go in there. But these are the district's financial statements, and then the district also has to prepare and manage the budget. So the original budget, first interim and second interim budgets that Jackie brings to you, and any budget changes that she brings to you throughout the year. And then on the auditor side, so what we do is we give what are called our auditor's opinions, and then if we have any audit findings, we have to report those. So an opinion is just a reasonable assurance that financial statements are materially correct. So it's not absolute assurance. An audit does involve sampling, and there are standards that we have to follow, and those standards are designed to minimize audit risk, to get it as low as possible, because the last thing that we want to do is give an opinion that's not correct. An opinion does not address the financial condition of the district. So just because you have a clean audit does not necessarily mean that the district is in good financial health. So for this audit, we issued an unmodified opinion on the financial statements, and that's the best opinion that you can possibly get. And that the wording on that is, in our opinion, the financial statements referred to, they present fairly in all material respects. So that's an unmodified opinion. I apologize. I always try to tell boards that the language that's in these auditors' reports and these opinions, sometimes it can get wordy and it's hard to really know what they're saying. And I just want to say that those opinions that's just standard language that's required. If you look at any other school district report from any audit firm, that wording will be the same, regardless of which firm. So one thing that is required, because you're a school district and you spend a certain amount of money in federal money, we have to do your audit, what's called government auditing standards. And what that means is that there's a report that's in the towards the back of it's in the other auditors' reports. And so we're not giving an opinion on your internal controls over financial reporting, but if we do come across anything that we deem to be a material weakness or a significant deficiency in those internal controls, then we have to report it in what's called an audit finding. And I'm happy to report that we didn't have any significant deficiencies or any material weaknesses related to internal controls over financial reporting. Another opinion that we have to give is on federal compliance. And this is what's called a single audit. So what this is if the district spends over $750,000 during the year in federal monies, then a single audit is required. And there are very select steps for how we pick the programs that we have to test. Usually the larger ones get picked. And the largest one you have by far at the district, because you operate as the SELPA for the whole county, is the special education cluster. And one thing that can be confusing with this is, you see that you get an unmodified opinion on your federal program, and you think to yourself, well, does that mean my federal program, is operating, 100% correct? And the answer to that is, we don't really look at that. There's a specific guide. The Office of Management and Budget puts it out every year, and there are specific things that they want us to look at depending on which major program it's tested. And it's a lot of financial stuff. It's way more financial stuff. It's very little on the program side. So, I know school districts undergo like federal program monitoring that the CDE does. So that would be a very different focus than what a single audit is focused on. So unmodified opinion, which is the best opinion possible, no significant deficiencies, and no material weakness. So, again, great results there. And then finally, there's a state audit guide that comes out. So every school district, county office of education, charter school, each year there's a state audit guide that comes out. It's put out by the Education Audit Appeals Panel. The state controller's office and the CDE have input on it. And it's very set in the things that we have to look at, for each district, as long as they're applicable to that district. And that's anything from, attendance all the way to, your instructional time, your instructional materials hearing, unduplicated pupil counts, that type of thing. So it's a very cumbersome, it's a long audit guide, and there are a lot of procedures that we have to do. So we did have an unmodified opinion, which is, again, the best opinion possible. We did have one audit finding related to KALB and the unduplicated LCFF pupil count. And I just want to say that this is, as far as state compliance goes, this is the most common audit finding that we have. Now, I would say we have this at quite a few districts, and it's just, I think it's because KALB is so difficult to monitor, and there are students that are, free and reduced price meal and English learners, and there's always changes, year over year in whether those students still qualify and are still eligible for that. And sometimes, that there just happen to be errors. But this time there was only one, out of all the ones that we looked at, there was only one that was mistakenly classified. So it appears to be an isolated incident. We didn't see any other issues, no issues within the free and reduced price meal students in KALB, and just as one for English learners. So again, I don't see it as being a weakness necessarily, but just an isolated error. And then no material weaknesses, which is good. So that is all I have for the presentation piece, and I'm going to stop sharing, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you. And we always hear how great Jackie is. We don't say it enough, but we really appreciate all the work that goes into getting an audit score like this. Trustee Duran.
Yes, so Michael, don't even think about trying to talk Jackie into leaving us and going to Christy White, right?
Well, you know, I've known Jackie. I've worked with her at, this is the second district that I work for, and I'm always trying to get Jackie. No, I don't. No, I know Jackie has an audit background too, but no, we would never do that.
I just have two questions. One is, you had indicated no significant weaknesses. Is that standard language you use? Because it just makes me a little nervous when you say significant. No significant, but what does it really mean?
Yeah, so that's a great question, and it's a lot of auditor judgment. So significant deficiency and material weakness. So material weakness would be, to me, a material weakness would be really bad. It would be pervasive internal control weakness that could cause something to go really wrong. So I always use on the financial statement side. So if the district had no way to accrue accounts payable, so if we came in and there were just no accounts payable accruals, there was just nothing, they had no process for doing it, to me that would be a material weakness, because maybe there wouldn't be necessarily material accruals, but if the district didn't have even a process of doing that, that would be a material weakness. Or if, let's say, Jackie did everything, there was no segregation of duties, if there were no checks and balances within the department there, then that would be a material weakness. A significant deficiency would be maybe something that we still consider reportable. Like, we think it's important enough for you to hear it and for it to go into the audit report. ASBs, you didn't have any associated student bodies. ASBs a lot of time are the ones that are significant deficiencies within a school district. They're very hard to control. They're not necessarily going to be material to the financial statements, but they are something that is significant and can lead to loss of funds if they're not properly controlled. So again, a lot of it is auditor judgment on what makes those up.
Okay, and the other question I had was in reference to page 74 of this first report, an instance of non-compliance, and it has some details in page 76 and 77. I didn't understand at all what that meant, what that referred to.
Yeah, so that was the CalPADS issue that I talked about. That was in reference to that. So that's where it showed up. It gets reported in the state compliance opinion so that a reader knows where it is. And then if you flip back into the findings themselves, you'll see a little bit more detail on that. We try to write them in a way that it probably doesn't give too much detail, but just enough to to try to understand what that means. So that was in reference to that issue.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, board? Or we can also take a motion to approve this or accept the audit.
I move that we accept the 2019-2020 district financial audit report.
I second.
Student trustee Corso Clark.
Yes.
Student trustee Mala.
Yes.
Vice President Doss.
Yes.
President Hinckley.
Yes.
Trustee Boyd.
Yes.
Trustee Davidson.
Yes.
And trustee Jordan.
Yes.
Great. The motion to approve the fiscal year 2019-20 audit report passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone, for making that possible. Before we move to our next item, we do need to extend our meeting because we were supposed to end at 10:15. We have the items we have left are 20 minutes worth of items. So
I move that we extend our meeting for 30 minutes. Do you think that'll do it?
A second.
Yes.
Should I go ahead and do this item?
No, we need a roll call on the
Okay.
meeting extension.
Yeah. So the extension was till 10:50, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Student trustee Corso Clark.
Yes.
Student trustee Mala.
Yes.
President Hinckley,
Yeah.
Trustee Boyd,
Yes.
Trustee Davidson,
Yes.
Trustee Duran,
Yes.
Vice President Doss.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. Now we can move on to item 15-2, which is the fiscal year 2019-20 bond audits.
Okay, thank you, President Hinckley. So this item is for also another required audit item for the bond measure B&E. This is a little different from the first district-wide audit because the district-wide audit was a financial audit, but this is now financial and performance audit. So the performance audit means the auditors are not just looking at the numbers, but it's also looking at if the expenditures were properly spent within the ballot language that our Albany resident passed, and also looking at bid procedures. So they are taking samples of the bid procedures and also looking at the actual work in the construction program side. And they also perform the sidewalk to see if we are in, let's say, about 50% of the building was issued, and if the building is about 50%. So they are looking at also the program side of the project. So this is on top of the financial audit, and Michael Ash will present this bond audit. I'm turning this over to you, Michael, and I will stop share so you can share your screen.
All right, well, thank you again, Jackie. All right. Okay, so I have another short presentation for you, and then I will answer any questions that you might have. So as Jackie mentioned, here to present the financial and performance audit for your 3 bond measures as of June 30th, 2020. This is just some information on your Citizens Oversight Committee that's required to be established. And you know, this district has had your COC for a while. You know, all 3 of your measures. Your one measure has been out there for quite a while, since I think 2008 maybe. It's been out there for a while, and then your other 2 are a little bit newer. But those are just some of the COC things that we look at. You know, when we're doing our performance and financial audit, just verifying that you have a COC, ensuring that it's in composition with Ed Code requirements, that the COC is meeting, and that they're issuing their annual report. So just some of the things that we look at there. The financial audit itself it's very similar to the district audit, except it's only focused on the bond funds. And the big thing for a district that has multiple bond measures going at once is just the ability to track each of those bonds separately, because you don't want to commingle those funds, because the measures and the ballot languages can be very different between those. So the district has a really good process of separating those out and accounting for those and making sure that they're separate. Again, this is just our opinion. It looks very similar to the opinion on the district audit, except for the opinion on the bond audit reports would reference each specific bond. And each one is a separate report. I did group them all together for this presentation. These are just some of the procedures that we do for a financial audit for a bond. It's very, I don't want to say simple, but the transactions within a bond fund are simple in a way, because what happens is the proceeds come in and then the money sits in the cash and county treasury, which is very easy to obtain, a statement there and just make sure that that money's there. You have accounts receivable. It's usually very small. It's usually interest on, that cash that's sitting in the county treasury. Accounts payable is a big one. So cut off, just looking and making sure that accruals and expenditures are recorded in the proper period. And then if there are new bond issuances, making sure that those proceeds got deposited correctly, making sure the interest is calculated correctly, and then looking at a sample of expenditures. And that's the largest part of the audit. Now the performance audit, and this for a bond audit, this is where you really get into the beef of the bond audit and looking to see that the expenditures are allowable under the ballot language. So these are just some of the objectives of a performance audit. Provide management with an independent objective evaluation of the operations, assist management to meet the increased public demand for information disclosure. This is the biggest part: evaluate evidence against stated criteria. So are they allowable for the ballot measure? And then just gain an understanding of the bond program itself. Every bond program, different school districts runs a little bit differently. So just understanding how the district is running their bond program and determining if there are any risks there that we need to be aware of. This is the biggest part of the performance audit. So it's looking at the expenditures. We try to get at least a 25% sample of the expenditures, but as you can see from this year's audit, we got quite a bit more. So we got almost 9 million for Measure B, which was about 64% of the expenditures, 2 million for the 2016 Measure E, which was 55% of expenditures, and then your old Measure E, very small amount, they're only about $1,000 worth of expenditures, and we looked at all of those for the year. So when we do our expenditure testing, we pull, we get the support and we get the ballot language, and we just hold that ballot language up, and we just go through and just determine if that expenditure is allowable based on the ballot language. One other thing that we look at is bidding. And again, so we're not construction experts, so we're not, judging the district on, if they're spending the money wisely or, how they're doing it. But one thing that we do want to look at is the district is following policies and procedures for bidding. So is the district, going through bidding procedures? Are they getting the bids, getting the vendors board approved? Are they selecting the lowest bidder, or, giving an explanation if they're not? So we did look at one bid throughout the year for Measure B, 2 bids for Measure E 2016, and there were no contracts awarded for the old Measure E. And then finally, another thing is with change orders. So, you want to make sure that, so yes, the board has approved a bid and a project, and then, all of a sudden there are all these change orders, and, the cost just skyrocket, off of, what the original bid was. So one thing that we do testing on is change orders, just to make sure that they're reasonable, that they're also going in front of the board, and they're not too high. And if they are too high, that the district is considering, rebidding them, or just, following whatever the district's policies and procedures are. So for Measure B, we did look at for AHS addition project and Ocean View Elementary rebuild. Measure E 2016, there were a few of them, AMS Annex project, elementary temporary housing at AHS, and AHS fire alarm replacement project. And then the old Measure E had no change orders during the year. The performance opinion looks a little bit, looks different than the financial opinion, because it's focusing more on the compliance. But again, no significant deficiencies, no material weaknesses, and unmodified opinions for the performance audits for all 3 measures. And that concludes my presentation. Are there any questions that I can help answer?
Board, any questions? Yeah, Trustee Durant.
I wanted to ask 2 questions. One is based on change orders and the bidding from your firm. Do you determine that we're keeping within the amount of money we have in terms of heading towards completion of these projects?
No, that is not part of our procedures. We're simply pulling those bids and pulling those change orders, and just really, making sure that you're following your policies and procedures that the district has in place.
Okay. And my second question, do you know how long your company has been working with the school district specifically on these measures?
Yes, I do. So we have been the district's auditor for both the district audit as well as the bond audits for this. It will be the 6th year that we've done that. And so there's an education code for all school districts. So I'm the audit partner, and I've been the audit partner for the past 6 years. So after 6 years, I am not allowed to be part of the audit for next year. So for the 2021 audits of both the district and the bonds, you won't see me at all. Jackie won't see me, if we do come out in person or remote, and you won't see me presenting. So that is a state requirement that the district is very familiar with. We're very familiar with it. We have 3 signing audit partners, as well as 2 signing senior directors, and also another partner who doesn't sign. So when the 6 years is up, we rotate it to a different partner to, it's a fresh set of eyes. So that's, required. And then after that year, then based on education code, I am allowed to come back and then serve for another 6 years. So that's how that works.
You could just clarify, in terms of partners, are these other companies that are separate from Christie and White, or they're just within the company?
That's
Because
a partner.
it's your partner. Because my question really is it, should districts should our district be looking for somebody totally new after a number of years to just kind of get a brand new start or a different perspective?
You know, that's really up to the district. I do think that the reason why they put the education code into law is for familiarity, because that is a risk, right? You know, as the signing CPA, if I'm doing it, and you know, we've had clients for 30 years, you know, not our firm, but I've seen, you know, we haven't been around for 30 years, but I've seen clients, you know, district with school district with the same audit firm for 30 years. So that is a huge risk, familiarity. So that's why they have it set up to where I can't be a part of it. You know, so it is a fresh set of independent eyes. You know, it'll be another CPA within our firm looking at it, who's also independent and has no, you know, is part of our firm, but it won't be me.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Also, if I can add something, Clementina, Duran. So for me, I have an audit background, and I really am sensitive with this audit items. So what I usually do is, I did this before in my previous district, that I request the audit firms that I like to have a 100% new fresh staff. So that means it's not only the partner, like as EDCO required, I also request for new directors, new managers, and new staff. So that's what they did before for me. And that's the same request I'm gonna have to Christie White this time. So whole new staff, and they will just have to learn again. But if that helps.
I like that
Thank
idea.
you. Any other questions? If not, we can take a motion.
I move that we accept fiscal year 2019-2020 bond measure B and E financial and performance audit reports.
I second.
Student trustee Corzo Clark,
Yes.
student trustee Mala,
Yes.
trustee Boyd,
Yes.
trustee Davidson,
Yes.
trustee Duran,
Yes.
vice president Doss,
Yes.
thank you, president Hinckley.
Yes. Great. The fiscal year 2019-20 bond audit is approved unanimously. Thank you again for all the work, keeping us financially responsible. And we won't see you next year.
You will not see me next year. Thank you very
Yeah.
much for your time and for the great questions. It was my pleasure to answer them. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. All right, we have
Thank
one
you.
more item, board. Item 15-3. We have a vacancy among our 2 spots for the Community Media Access Committee. And so we did fill 2 slots some months ago, but one of those appointees resigned from the committee. So the city issued a call for new applicants for the remaining spot, and we received 1 from Charles Newton. And I don't know if folks have questions, or Dr. Wells, if you had any other information to provide on this item.
That was it. I had nothing else for the item. I think you covered it all. And of course, all the board members got the background and backup information.
Great. So we can take questions if folks have them, or a motion to approve this appointment.
I move that we approve this appointment to the City of Albany's Community Media Access Committee, this nominee.
I second that.
Student trustee Corzo Clark,
Yes.
student trustee Mala,
Yes.
trustee Davidson,
Yes.
trustee Duran,
Yes.
Vice President Doss,
Yes.
President Hinckley,
Yes.
and trustee Boyd.
Yes.
Great. The appointment of Charles Newton to the Community Media Advisory Committee passes unanimously. And that is the end of our action items. I do want to just put up our upcoming agenda items and meeting dates, and we can discuss new agenda items or ones that came out of this meeting. Can you see this list? So we have a budget workshop tomorrow, then we have a spring break, and then we have a regular board meeting. And then our second equity workshop with Nicole Anderson, and then we have an off week. So we actually go an extra week without a board meeting, which I'm sure everyone's disappointed to hear. And then we come back on May 11th. So we have several updates that we're asking staff to bring back. I don't think I heard any other new agenda items today. We will have the summer school coming back to us. We will have the fall discussion coming back to us as part of the regular reopening updates. But please let me know if I missed any other new agenda items.
I'm just still a little bit concerned that, do we need to put anything about the MOU if we end up needing one and approving those schedules as an agenda item so that we make sure it gets on its review and action when that time comes?
So I think Superintendent Wells and Assistant Superintendent Williams will have to figure out if there are elements of the fall that do have to be approved by the board, because there might not be. And also, I think our next update, maybe some clearer steps about what the next things will come before us as either presentations or requests for the board to take action. I think we need that sort of timeline to come back to us. Yeah, Trustee Duran.
It's been quite a while now that our student board trustees had done a survey of for the students at elementary, 4th, 5th grade, AMS, and the high school, a student voice and engagement survey. And I would like to see it if the students agree, if the trustees agree to bring this item and make a presentation to the board regarding the outcome.
Yeah, for clarification, I think what we can get from that is mainly like a survey on the priorities of students, and it was taken by, I want to say, like over 2,000 students. So I would hate to see that survey not be used, but it's more like it would be continuing our student engagement initiative that we started with Century Learning in the fall.
Did you have another one, Trustee Duran? Okay, Vice President Dow.
There's a group working with the Giltrap Farm and the representatives from UC Berkeley. It's a group that was formed, and they put together a committee. The committee is supposed to be discussing, construction and collaboration and different things along with that. They would like a representative from the board, and the mayor suggested specifically that I be the representative, but after some careful deliberation and thought, I think it'd be better if it was presented to the board in more detail, and then we decided as a group who would be the representative. And if you guys still pick me anyway, then great. But that we should have a discussion because maybe I'm not the best person for it. So I think it should be an item for us to review.
So could you send that information to Superintendent Wells? Because I know there are also other conversations between the district and UC and so forth about construction. So he should be looped into that and may have a suggestion about how we make sure that the district is represented in that group.
Yeah, I'll send it over.
Yep. Was that it?
That's all I got.
Okay. Student board member Corzo.
Yeah, I know for mental health days that had been sort of a placeholder had been set for that for our April 20th meeting. Is that still sort of pending within the policy committee? Or has that been approved yet to be agendized?
That is not agendized. It was sent to the policy committee. It also came up as a potential topic for the wellness committee. So I think I would ask the superintendent to give us an update on, well, not necessarily right now, but on where that stands, or we can discuss it at our next agenda meeting. But that was my understanding, is it's still sitting with the committee. Any other agenda items? All right, well, not too bad. We're half an hour late. We are adjourned. I will see all of you faces tomorrow. And thank you, audience, for hanging in there.